Hey. Hello, hello. I'm gonna get started in just a second. I need to grab a little snack. I've got some coffee next to me. But hi, how's it going? Yes, you are. Miss Fortune, welcome first. Blue Pink, hello, Jordan. Imperial Monarch, Fluffy. Zan, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'll be right back. That's not the right button. That's not the right button. That's the right button. Hello. Sorry about that. I got myself a granola bar because I have not eaten. How are you? Hello, hello. Sorry for the delay. I appreciate your patience. Bah. Kittle Cat, I didn't see anything. What didn't I see? That art that you posted earlier? With me wearing Margot's glasses? The cheekiness. Or at least wearing glasses like Margot's. Hey, Ken of Beer. I gotta give credit on that one. That was actually my friend Rosalie Applegate, was the first person that pointed that out. And I was like, son of a bitch. Hey, Jorlin. Young Tamales, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so welcome to Big Strike Gaming. All we're doing is strikes all day. Strikes until the end of time because it's double Vanguard week, which means it's strikes all the time. And strikes upon strikes on strikes on strikes. Oh, today's gonna be pretty chill. Honestly, I've got a session tomorrow, and I said this last night, but it's gonna be probably the most vocally stressful session I've done in a while. It's gonna be all screaming all the time for like 4 hours. So, and because it's Wednesday, I have to dive into my script later today. So, we are going to take it very, very easy. And I'm just gonna spam some Nightfalls for rep so I can get 2 more resets. And in the meantime, we can just hang out. And I know I ended up with guests with Rail and Astra last night. So we ended up chatting amongst ourselves a little bit, but I'm just gonna keep it to just me today. So she says as she chews the granola bar. So if you have anything to say to me, I will be here to read it. Hey Ben, how's it going?
Guardian, we've received intel that Bracus Zahn is supplying weapons to the Shadow Legion.
Are you doing strikes too? Are you repping up at all, or what have you been working on, Kenavir? Are you doing Iron Banner, or? Your teacher spilled acid on the floor. What? What do you want from me, Misfortune? Misfortune doesn't like pasta and wants all of you to know it. I, as a proud Italian woman, could not disagree with that statement more.
Right.
Ah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. Someday I will remember to have that. You know what? The thing I'm working on that never gets done, this interface that I bought the new visuals that I still haven't fucking implemented because I'm a lazy idiot. Has a completely separate ready check screen, which means once I'm on the game footage, it'll literally never happen again. What will happen instead is I just won't have the game showing and you'll tell me you can't see the game. By the way, how do I reset your playing overlay? Oh, I can turn that off. But usually it's, I'll send it to you, real quick while my teammates die around me. It's usually just, that to add and remove names, and I just do all lowercase because it's apparently entirely case sensitive, which is horrifying. I probably won't use it forever, honestly. I really like the way it looks, but it's such a pain in the ass.
But perhaps the cannons could be of use?
Stick to the lions. Okay, Misfortune. I'm listening to Shania Twain and you're not, so haha. Well, I'm listening to lo-fi music and I'm chilling out. that a Shania Twain lyric? Okay. And I really like how they reworked Iron Banner stuff. Gear is decent. My favorite part about it is that you can do the focusing now for different weapons. Adding focusing for weapons is like the best thing they've added to this game in a while. I need a specific exotic chess piece. Oh shit, Kenavir, are you doing Lost Sector farming today? Is it the chest today? Hey, Shadowmare. How are you? Let's not do that. Uh-oh. You son of a bitch. Slowest flying guy in the world, and I whiff a rocket on him. I'll tell you, the 3-point stats that you can add to, what are they called? The special armor from hard mode dungeons has been such an amazing lifesaver. I run +3 recovery on it now, and I have a 4 stat waste build. Look how efficient that stat pool is. 4 wasted points is so fucking good. I'm not sure I'm gonna do better than this. Unless at some point I like shuffle them around, I guess. You know, maybe I don't want as much, I don't throw my grenade a lot, honestly. So I don't make a lot of use of the lower stats. I don't use my melee a whole lot. Maybe I could switch out for melee. Because I do use it for the weaken effect sometimes. That might be the only thing I would change, honestly. Oh yeah, Fighting Lion's fun. It's got its upsides and its downsides. I was a big tribes player for a while, so if I'm not using a bow, because bows are usually my favorite weapons, I've come to really enjoy the white brick grenade launcher just because it reminds me of playing tribes. I'm just like Shazbotting everyone from midair.
Instructed the Scions to aid you. Free the others and you will have a formidable team to face Brachus Zahn.
We'll take all the help we can get.
It's also just kind of like fun and pretty unique. I like unique weapons. Your build is to throw grenades. Witherhoard is such a good grenade launcher. Oh, I used Witherhoard for so long. It's so useful. Anything that has built-in, like Witherhoard doesn't have built-in anti-barrier, but the fact that you can just sink it into a shield and it'll still apply all the damage is so nice. Do you play, what do you play? Imperial Monarch, are you playing Warlock or something else? Yo, Sadistic, how are you? Swing sour stars around rapidly. I get the sense that Sadistic is a writer. Or should be, because every time you enter chat, you have a new amazing headcanon of what you're doing with the sour straws. Yep, don't shoot those in point blank. You know, the way they died, you'd think there was friendly fire in this game, but I promise that was not me murdering my team. You do play Warlock? Okay, this thing can... Oh. This thing can go straight to hell. Or it will murder me instead. That gun! Sorry, business text real quick. Okay. Wednesday starts the work week. I start getting work texts. I've played a lot of Warlock. I really like Solar Warlock. Especially once they put in the, what's it called? They put in those new pants that they technically work the best with fusion rifles. They give you a lot of fusion rifle boosts, but they also make it so that if you do the air dash as Solar Warlock, it reloads your entire arsenal. Like everything. Your special weapon, your power weapon. And the cooldown on it is fast enough that if you run a rocket launcher, it basically gives you clown cartridge. And if you run a clown cartridge rocket launcher, you basically can fire 4 missiles for every time you have to reload. The cooldown is fast enough that, like, if you're shooting Galahorn, you can literally, like, missile, missile, dash, missile, missile, reload, and then repeat forever. Or at least until you run out of missiles. I forget what they're called. It's the pants, one of the newer pants exotics. Super fucking good. How do you unlock more abilities? If you're unlocking for an existing subclass you have, Ikora in the tower you can talk to, and she'll sell you... She basically sells you abilities, and then you have to activate a little terminal next to her, and it'll give them to you. If you're talking about subclasses you don't have yet, like if you want to unlock Stasis, I think there's a quest for that. I just don't know where it starts. It might start from... Does it still start from Elsie Bray on Europa? Or did they just give you Stasis at this point? But like if you start playing a subclass from the very beginning, you only have a couple of abilities, and then if you talk to Ikora, she's basically a vendor for abilities. I think you have to do stories for Stasis and Strand, but you do get the first 3 for free, or at least by the end of the tutorial you'll have the first 3. Okay, so Stasis still comes from Beyond Light. Do you need to buy Beyond Light to get Stasis, or do they give it to you either way? I'm sorry, 109? What? That's more like it. This guy does not take good damage from explosives. Team. Okay, I'd like to point out that I was fucking invisible and he still air dashed me. Stop pushing me, you can't see me! Alright. Hey, Brian. Team. Well, there we go. My team keeps falling over. They're doing good for kills. They're just very vulnerable babies. Oh God, we're back here. This is unfortunate. Minus the power ammo we had. Alright, so you know what the new name of the game is? I'm not rezzing my team. I'm just gonna keep fighting. They can pick up whenever their timer comes up. Oh, that should have hit, you piece of shit. This game does weird shit when you're invisible sometimes. Where, in theory, they should... Like, I'm not asking for the AI to stop moving and just stand there. Like, I'm happy that they move around, but sometimes, like, they will just run in a straight line at you, and they will keep chasing you even though you went invisible. And you can, like, turn hard right, and they'll turn right and keep chasing you, which is a little sketchy if you ask me. I don't have the brake, I don't have the brake, I don't have the brake.
Oh, they have a tormentor, do they?
Please finish him, please finish him. Have you just run right by the barrier champion? Yes, you have. Cool. Ah, they're gonna get me up, though. That's nice. My door is being knocked on. Hang on a second. My building is awesome. They came by with no warning to say that they want to look at my bathroom because they're eager to fix stuff, I guess. So I closed my bedroom door and they are now looking at my bathroom. That'd be nice to have any power ammo. Yeah, surprise. All right, now that we've done that, give me one more second to check in. I'll be right back. I just want to make sure everything's okay because I kind of handled that in a hurry. 1 second. Okay, that's exciting. Sorry, this is like the weirdest strike ever. Didn't mean for this to happen. So they, apparently my housemate answered the door. Hey, Arctic. My housemate answered the door, and they were like, do you profess that you deny needing any work done on your bathrooms? And Kaylee was like, no, like, my bathroom has issues. Can you fix it, please? And they're like, well, we talked to Melly, and she said that her bathroom was fine. And Kaylee's like, we have 2 bathrooms. Her bathroom might be fine. My bathroom still needs work. So they came in and insisted on looking at my bathroom to see if, I don't know, it was in fact fine. And they were gone in like 3 seconds. But apparently my housemate's side of things still needs a little work. It's just funny that, like, I guess they could have taken that to mean Melly says the apartment is fine, but... So maybe that's my fault at the end of the day. But they did stop by anyway, so they get to see what's going on. It's just funny that, like, you know, they call me up and they're like, hey, how's your bathroom? And I'm like, mine's fine. Probably can't speak for them. And you know, do you profess that you declined work on your bathroom? She's like, no. I do have a signing on the 8th. Wait, who did that? Sheppy. Thank you. I'm, God, you're so nice to me. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm doing a Streamily signing on the 8th. If anyone wants to stop by and hang out, or if you'd like a personalized message or one of your favorite quotes on a piece of art of a character I voice that you like, check it out. See if there's anything that appeals to you. It's going to be a fun day. I'm going to attempt to split the difference. Last time it was a very long stream, and I had a lot of people say it was really amazing because there was lots of, you know, individual time, and then I had a lot of people say it was long as fuck, so I've decided to thread the needle. We're going to be somewhere between long as fuck and really nice on the, on the 8th. We'll find the perfect balance between nice and long as fuck. Oh, fuck that thing.
The tech behind that shield is too durable. We have
Oh,
to find
there is
another
the
way to
fang.
destroy it.
Where did it go? Did it despawn? Where did it go? Despawned. Where is... the hell is the guy with the orb? Oh, he's down. I'm an idiot. We are well past that phase. Never mind. I take back everything I said. Yeah? What do you think the problem with fighting Lion is? Nothing in this content. You mean in harder content? Oh, cool. Exotic. It's hitting a lot harder than it should in higher end content. This is actually how it performs in regular content, though. If you're at level, it's basically doing what it's supposed to. But just with funny numbers. I think they do need to tone down. Somehow it's doing more damage when you're fighting skull and sword targets, though. And I don't know why that is. I found it was interesting in the last hotfix that they had notes for like every weapon but it. So I wonder if it's more complicated than simply toning the numbers down. I'm sure they have some kind of, what do you call it, like scalar for, you know, your damage versus like an enemy X number of levels above you. Oh, there he is. You know what's wild? I tried using it when I was really under level in a Lost Sector, and Wish Ender still was the way to go. Alright, that took way too long.
Well fought, Guardian. We've cut another
It'll still be worth it in the end.
Hydra have but one head, Devrim.
Yes.
Oh my god. Alright, let's go.
There's an old Earth mythological creature that... never mind.
Week has been good.
Leave your hindsight.
I just got, I just had to respond to an email about, my writing contract. We're having some scheduling issues going into next week, so I'll be interested to see if that affects anything, and if so, what. But otherwise the week's been good. I mentioned earlier I've got my session tomorrow, so that's good. This week's script is going to be pretty easy, all things considered. I usually write, so when I write, you write according to Q count. I usually knock out about 100 lines a day. And if I work really hard, I can get my script done by the end of Saturday, and then I can stream Sunday night. And I've had scripts that have like 400 Qs, 500 Qs. This one has like 350, so that is a great number. This is going to be a much more relaxing week. How do you surpass the level cap? How do you surpass the level cap? Well, every DLC you have kind of like a soft cap and a hard cap. So my understanding is 1800 is the soft cap this season. So you can get all the way up to 1800 just doing like, you know, strikes and dungeons and raids and stuff like that. And once you get to 1800, then you can only get it through pinnacles. And pinnacles come from specific activities every week. So you usually see them with like the stars. So if you see a pinnacle drop for like doing 3 Gambit matches, that will help you push towards the hard cap. And the hard cap's 10 higher. So you can get to 1800 just kind of like doing whatever you want. And then you have to kind of be a little deliberate to get to 1810. And once you get to 1810, you're done for the season. I'm doing a Nightfall, which doesn't really have, I think I'm just on hero mode right now, which I forgot to queue back in. We did Legend last night with Rail, but we've just been doing hero because hero does autofill. So since I'm solo, and I'm doing a solo play today, we get filled with teammates if I do hero. If I go into Legend, I'll be by myself, or I'll have to find people. So we're just doing hero, so I can keep chatting with you and be a terrible Destiny player while we all hang out and chat. What's going on? I come for you. Young Tamales, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Wait a minute. When I made the bottom bar go away, it also made the daily sub goal go away. Shit. Let me move that. Bam. Now we can have the best of both worlds. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you.
Isaiah have already attempted their onslaught of Zod's base, but I miscalculated the strength of this operation.
9. It's a 3-minute ad, so if there's 9 ads in 3 minutes, that means there's 3 ads a minute. So what are they, like 20-second ads? Do you like longer ads or shorter ads? Don't do it. I have turbo. What is turbo? Oop. Is turbo kind of like a universal sub to the site or something? I've never heard of that before.
It seems this new Zaan has done some redecorating. Though I don't think I can call this an upgrade in terms of taste.
You're linking me a website. Let's see. Turbo. Thank you for choosing Twitch Turbo. With Turbo, Twitch gets even better with features you can't get anywhere else. Watching with Turbo means no pre-rolls, no mid-rolls, no companions, and no display ads. You may still be presented promotions and ads that are embedded into broadcasts, or in rare instances, doesn't say that, in rare situations delivered with certain simulcast content. Represent Turbo proudly with an exclusive chat badge. Choose from 2 additional sets of emotes. Glitch or monkeys. Choose wisely, you can always change it later. Stand out in chat with a custom username color. Save your past broadcasts on Twitch for 60 days instead of the standard 14. Save your broadcast. Oh, so is that something that's more for streamers than for just viewers? Broadcast save for 60 days sounds like it slaps. Because I forget sometimes, and I've been a lot better about it since coming back this time, but I had some playthroughs I was doing where I was posting everything to YouTube, and then I missed one episode in the middle of a playthrough, and I felt like it ruins the entire fucking playthrough. Because suddenly I had like this gap in the middle of the story I could never get back, and it was deleted from Twitch forever, and I was so fucking sad. I bought it works well for hopping in and out of a bunch of different channels. All right, let's do a little house cleaning. Wait, where did the orb go? What? This fucking thing despawns at a moment's notice, I swear to God. I just had it. I had it in my hands too, so I wonder if there's a timer. There's probably a timer even when you're holding it. Let's see. No? Maybe? As long as I support the streamer in some way, that's what matters. Ah, thank you, Lilfert. I know some people do, like I have donation through Stream Elements, and I know some people do stuff like Patreon. I haven't looked into a lot of that stuff that much. People have been really generous to me on this channel, but I've mostly just going by subs. And I guess eventually bits whenever I get my shit together, but I don't think anything's gonna really change on this channel until I'm not in the middle of a writing contract. Because I barely have time to get anything done. Perhaps when I have expendable income, I'll consider it. I use YouTube Premium sometimes because they're basically forcing us to get it. They did change something recently with the iPhone, though. For a long time, if you wanted, like, it was the only app on the iPhone. I don't know if you have an iPhone or not, but it was the only app on the iPhone that if you wanted to leave the app, it wouldn't let you keep playing unless you paid them, which was so stupid. And now at the very least, like most videos, if you tab out, it'll put it into like a mini video on the top of your screen. So you can still be like reading an email or going through other stuff and it won't bother you. Although I've had certain tracks, and specifically some music tracks, maybe because they're worried that that's towing the line or something. Like certain music tracks, if I swipe it down, it won't go into mini. It'll just disappear and pause. There's not a lot of rhyme or reason, but the connection, I think, is that it's music. Honestly, I'm fine with the YouTube ads. I think it's bullshit and criminal that they're content to make themselves like one of the only apps on your phone. At least for a while, they were like one of the only apps on your phone that you couldn't just listen to a video and have it play in the background. I am terrible right now. Okay, coffee, kick in faster. I've mostly used iPhone since, well, I mean, I had like a Nextel ages ago, but like I've mostly used iPhone. I very quickly switched to T-Mobile, and I was using one of their ones that have like the slide out keyboards for a while, but I decided I hated it. Everyone was touting for a while how, and I think that the gap's closed a lot, but for a while everyone was touting how much the mobile OS with Android phones was so customizable, and I kept running into like simple quality of life shit that I just wanted my phone to do without me having to find some custom app for it. And it pissed me off, so I ended up going back. But I also used to keep my iPhone like up to date every year, and now I like hang on to that fucking thing forever. So oftentimes I'm not like, you know, I'm jumping every like 5 iPhone generations. Never used a BlackBerry. No, what the hell was it called? It was this like, it was this phone where it like, the screen slid out to the right and a keyboard slid to the left. I forget what those things were called. We good? We good. Oh, yeah. If there's a time limit where, like, you just watched an ad, but because you then paused for a little while, it puts you into another ad, that is bullshit. That can go straight to hell. Thank you for the, I should be doing that automatically, by the way, Sheffy. Thank you for the pin again on the Streamly, because I know I'm going to forget to talk about it, and I should be talking about it regularly. I know I haven't voiced a ton of major characters in anime, so there is part of me that is a little worried that it will be a fairly modest signing this time around since we're a season in. But I do think that that we've got some really cool, really cool new prints for Catalyst, so I'm hoping people are into that. And I've got 2 more on the way. So I've got 2 new prints of Catalyst for this signing, which brings me up to 4. And I have 2 more planned that are like 2 special ones that I'm really excited for. But they've been a little slower on the production side because one of the artists was traveling for a while, so has only just gotten back. And the other artist had a surgery and is recovering. But if you check out the Streamly link now, you can see the awesome one from Helion, and you can see the one from Kubaushi. The Helion one is really nice. I love Helion White's work so much, and they're so easy to work with, too. From, like, a business standpoint, one of the easiest, best experiences I've had commissioning an artist. Super transparent, constant communication, constant examples, asking me questions regularly about what I like. Really great example of how to be a rock star artist. Because I've had other artists just vanish. You know, I got that from the devs. It was actually the Respawn writer that first started saying cat. And I was like, that is so obvious. But I hadn't thought of it, and so fucking adorable. So that actually completely came from Respawn. They've been calling her cat behind the scenes, and I fucking love it.
Oh, they have a tormentor, do they?
So the thing that keeps killing me here frequently is these turrets hitting me from like a mile away. So as soon as my stealth is back up, yeah, we are gonna go in there and dispose of some of these turrets. How the fuck did I whiff that? Oh no! Trigger! Thank you. Yo, Melly, you down to go to Din Tai Fung with me and some friends when I visit? Absolutely. When, please message me and let me know when you're thinking of getting out here. I will absolutely go get food. That place is so good too. I'm such an easy mark if you come at me with my dim sum place. Hey, do you want to go to that dim sum place you really fucking love? Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah, there's one in Glendale. I'm drooling already. There's one in Glendale and there's one down in closer to Santa Monica. I don't remember. I don't know what part of town it is, but south of the valley. Hey, random user, how's it going? I call cat spikes cat traps. Oh, that's cute. Don't shoot me. No, did that not hit you? Oh well. Do we have a break? Yeah, we do. What is it, one more? Yeah. Yeah, we did, reservation probably worth it. I went with Zuffins the last time he was up here, and we kind of just did it impromptu, and we were waiting for like 2 hours to get a table. Which is funny, because you can order delivery or pickup on demand, and they'll have it ready in like 15, 20 minutes, but yeah, getting a table is fucking rough. I'm realizing only 2 strikes in like an hour is not great time, and part of that is because like I was a little spoiled running with Rail and Astra last night, and now the group cohesion is not there. And I'm also playing worse today. So my rate of rep gain feels like it's going to be a little slower than I thought, or at least that I hoped. I should probably switch out to bow and see if that changes anything. Really? You are not at the benchmark yet. Why are you... Sheffy, you will behold me in all of my casual glory, since I tend to just wear like a tank top, shorts, and a hoodie everywhere. So get ready for that.
Unless we disable that shield, we're sitting ducks out here.
My last housemate used to tell me, one of my last housemates used to tell me, like, you should think about, like, get a couple of nice outfits, come up with a makeup look, like, because when you start doing appearances, you're going to want to look a little nice. And I'm like, will I? I guess. We'll see. Yeah, it's been raining the past few days in LA, which is really great for the state, but it's so weird because LA is like supposed to have perfect weather all the time, and now it's lots of rain all the time. Friends. All right, where is There we go.
Well fought, Guardian. We've cut another head off the proverbial Hydra.
Hydra have but one head.
Yeah, I get sleepy sometimes when it rains too. It's very therapeutic.
A logical creature that...
It's interesting. The sun is actually out now. I woke up and it was pouring, and now it's actually it looks like it's cleared up a little bit. So I guess I can't keep crying about the rain. Oh yeah, I should probably do that. One second. Hey, Morgan. How are you? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Morgan ENVT. How are you?
Guardian, we've received intel that Bracus Zahn is supplying weapons to the Shadow Legion.
Welcome back, Miss Fortune. Yo, Morgan, when are we gonna play again? Come be cozy. I'm running strikes forever. Whenever I want. Do you want to run strikes forever, or at least for the next 3 hours?
But I miscalculated the strength of this operation.
You miscalculated.
You don't have to answer that.
Do you
English VTuber!
Right.
Which, to be honest, I'm fascinated. Sheffy, shed some light. Is there a... Do you know anything about the decision to have to classify specifically English as part of your title? Because I know a lot of people do that. ENVT versus just VTuber. I guess, is that just a by the numbers thing that there are so many more Japanese speaking VTubers? That you're kind of more of the exception as an English VTuber, or? Hey, Angel Bun, how's it going? It's just another tag people use for viability. Huh.
Decorating. Though I don't think I can call this an upgrade in terms of taste.
Improving that
Cannons could be
SEO or something? Oh, I'm dead. Visibility. Gotcha. Okay. Are you a partner, Morrigan? Do you think that's something... Is there a Morrigan already? I guess, like, if there's already a prominent Morrigan, you're kind of screwed. But if there isn't... I've seen some channel names that I've looked at that, like, are taken, but they've literally done nothing ever. Welcome, Raiders. Nice to see Morgan and the MILF crew. Zuppins. What the fuck? Zuffins knows what time it is.
Informed the Empress we had already dealt with Zahn. Or at least I thought we had. But he's returned somehow.
Names hold power. It is not unlike Zahn is a successor.
I thought I could land on top of it. I was not so lucky.
Must be stopped.
You have fallen into my... Chat doesn't know the ways of MILF milk. No! Oh, hello. What the of course, it was a Thresher. Of course it was the Thresher. All right, context. Let's see, how do I want to do this context? So, Morrigan, Morrigan has a supplement sponsor where her discount code is MILF, right? So that's the context. You have it. Angry Misfortune says, I'm starting a bad word jar so I can make an easy million. $1 per bad word. Ooh, I like that idea. Let's do that. Every time I swear, everyone drop 100 bits and we'll see what happens. I kid. Does MILF have to be a bad word, though? There's a whole lot of silent letters. It's technically mom I'd like to be friends with. So it's technically MILTBF, W.
Thank you, Guardian. I've instructed the Scions to aid you. Free the others, and you will have a formidable team to face Raucous Zahn.
We'll take all the help.
Or man, I love foxes. That fox milk, though. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it kicking you off just from watching? Rude. Yeah, fighting Lion is fun, but in more challenging content, my bow build is probably more practical. Because I can engage from a safe distance. As long as the boys get out of my way, boys, please, thank you. Okay, boys. Thank you. Hey, Sushi Ball, how's it going? Work message. Okay, cool. Yeah. We're doing a La Monarch run. Watch me poison a fucking tank. What? Hi, friends. I got a lot of rep I need to grind, so I figured the best way to do it is just put on some good music, hang out, and kind of just do it mindlessly so that I don't get burnt out. We good? Take all the damage, you son of a gun. Well, that Tormentor was easier than the last ones. Yeah, this is definitely the better build. Listen, I'm not saying fighting Lion is ever meta. It's just fun for me. Ah, cool, cool, cool. What music do I listen to? If I had my choice and I wasn't gonna get my VODs muted, I listen to a lot of Coheed and Cambria. And there are some, I've been listening to some rappers lately. I like Tobe and Weekway. I like Coast Contra. I like Ren. And I listen to a lot of 90s and 2000s rock. Perfect Circle, Rage Against the Machine, Tool, Red Hot Chili Peppers, that kind of shit. Yeah, I love Coheed and Cambria. I'm seeing them, absolutely 100% seeing them this tour somewhere. Somewhere. It's gonna be my first time seeing them in concert. Okay, let's not do that. Yeah, I know that there's a way that you can split up your inputs. Because I've seen people have things where like they'll have Discord on a completely separate slider that they have their music that they have their game on, and I haven't fucking done that software yet. Rail even linked it to me, and I haven't managed to get it done. I mean, live strikes still happen, and they can still DMCA even if it's not saved in your VOD. Rewriting the audio just saves your VOD from being muted. Yeah, I think that's why I've mostly done copyright-free music. But then, like, I've hopped by a whole bunch of... I mean, unless they're doing something... Like, unless they're licensing and I just don't realize it, I've hopped by so many VTubers who have, like, 4,000, 5,000 people watching them, and they're just playing regular-ass music. So I've been doing this to be safe, but I keep wondering if I'm being dumb. Since, like, people so many times, you know, channels so much bigger than mine are just playing music and not caring. Because wasn't I watching, like, unless I'm mistaken, like, I feel like the last time I put on, like, fucking Zentreya, she was just blasting, like, rock music or something. Maybe it was, like, maybe it was electronic. Yeah, have a wonderful time, Angel. Good to hear from you. Thanks for stopping by. I have to double check. I might be misremembering, but I swear I went to more than a few, like, 4,000, 5,000 person VTubers who are just, like, essentially playing Pandora. Which, you know, obviously doesn't make it technically right, but it is interesting to see. It makes you feel like, as a smaller channel, it makes you feel just a little bit more secure that you won't be made an example of. But who knows? Okay, boys. Thanks, Fluffy. That wasn't my first album, actually. My first Coheed album was Second Stage Turbine Blade, and In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3. So when did Second Stage Turbine Blade come out? How old do you feel like making me feel? I remember when they had an mp3.com page, because people had mp3.com pages for their bands, and Coheed's band was called Coheed and Cambria NYC, like a fucking AOL screen name, and that's when I found them and fell in love with them.
Well fought, Guardian. We've cut another head off the proverbial Hydra.
Hydra have but one head, Devrim.
Yes, Vex Hydra do. There's an old Earth mythology.
What was the first album you bought in general? That might actually be an embarrassing answer.
Sight to better understand our enemies.
I'll do.
God, what are some of the early albums I bought? I mean, I had like one of the earliest, and this is not embarrassing, but one of the earliest albums I bought was Green Day's Dookie. Fucking love that album. I remember one of the earlier albums I had was No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom. Really good. But I think one of the first albums I bought was, I forget what the name of the album was, but it was by a band called the Nixons. And I heard them in like a Tower record on one of they had these little stations where you could listen to new albums. And I was listening to this album, and it was like really cool, like hard rock. And I'm like, wow, this is great hard rock. I want this album so bad. And later on, like when I was older, I put it on and I started listening to the lyrics, because like I've always been really musically inclined, so I learn lyrics really slowly. I can, and I've been in musicals, but like unless I'm really trying, I'm always focused on the orchestrations, like and the band more than what's coming out of the singer's mouth. And so it was like years later that I was going through the lyrics, and I realized that this Nixon's album was like this hardcore, like Christian themed rock band. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I did not know that for years. Like they were just playing rock music, and I thought it was really cool. And then I'm like listening closer, and I'm like, wait a minute. They're talking about like his love and like the love towards my brother and like all this really like Bible coded shit. And I had no idea for years. Kind of funny. Yeah, yo, fucking Green Day Dookie album is fucking, wait, did Dookie come before Nimrod? Dookie was the first one that I got, I think, right? Is that the one that has a basket case? I got Dookie and I got Nimrod, and they're both fucking awesome albums. And Beastie Boys, Hello Nasty. That was another one. Was that the name of the album? Yeah, Hello Nasty was a great fucking album. If I've seen The Breakfast Club, it was a long, long time ago. I should probably go through it again at some point, I'm sure. Who the fucking... That's, who the fuck is in that? Yeah, I don't know. If I've seen Breakfast Club, it was probably like as a kid or something, or maybe like a young teen. It's been fucking ages. I don't remember it. I know the name though.
You miscalculated?
Yes.
I bandwagoned hating Nickelback, even though I thought they were pretty cool at the time. I'm sure that there were a couple of tracks from Nickelback that I was into. There's a lot of those songs now. Like there was this like, I forget the name of it, but there's that classic song by Creed that like kind of slapped, but then like it gets overplayed on the radio and kind of becomes a meme. I feel like a lot of things fall victim to, are like, they fall victims to being memes more than they're actually bad. Like fucking All-Star by Smash Mouth. Like, has become such a meme, and it's like only a meme, but that song definitely slapped when people first heard it.
It seems this new Zahn has done some redecorating.
What did I hear that in first? I know that they used that in Shrek, but didn't they also use it in the Mystery Men? I feel like that was the main theme for Mystery Men as well. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? I feel like I heard it in Mystery Men first, but then it became iconic because of Shrek. Oh man, anyone remember fucking, what is that song by the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones? That like ska song, like, Never Had to Knock on Wood? Was like a fucking classic on the radio at the time. The one where they all come out of the milk at the beginning. Yeah, in the music video, they all walk out of milk at the start.
Earlier, I informed the Empress we had already dealt with Zahn.
I am going to die.
At least I thought we had. But he's returned some.
The impression that I get. Yo, Rail, coming through. That song was another great one that, like, I've never heard anything else by that band, but that song was on the radio all the time and fucking slapped. That's probably also, like, the only no doubt ska or ska-inspired song that I listen to. Because No Doubt has a lot of ska influence. That's what I needed. Don't break, don't break, don't break. There we go. Nope, those are the good guys. Being in a strike, fighting Cabal with Cabal is an extremely confusing experience. What? Oh, fuck you, Thresher. Fuck you so much, you stupid piece of shit. Oh, Thresher. Thresher, no. You said you've been in musicals before. Do you have any particular favorite musical? Whew, baby. Good question. I'm a big fan of Stephen Schwartz and Jason Robert Brown. I don't know Wicked as much as I should, but a lot of Stephen Schwartz's other stuff, like Pippin, has always been a favorite of mine. Jason Robert Brown, like the last 5 years, Parade. There are others, are incredible. When I was a kid, I was in Carousel. I was in Me and My Girl. I was in Roar the Grease Paint, Smell of the Crowd. I did On the Town. I did... did I do Kiss Me Kate, or did we just do like... We might have just done medley stuff from Kiss Me Kate. I probably have the fondest experience of Carousel, honestly. Oh, Les Mis is phenomenal. Yeah. And newer. I mean, like, and you all know, if you've been on my stream long enough, you know that I'm a Hamilton fanatic. Have any of you heard, what is it called? Fun Home. Fun Home by Alison Bechdel of the Bechdel test. She wrote a graphic novel about her life as a child and her kind of like reconciling her relationship with her father. And they turned it into a musical, and it is, it's horrifying, but in a good way. Like, I know everyone responds to different triggers differently, but like, I was like shaking and ugly crying through like half of that musical, but it was a really good experience. It was a really intense, it's a really intense musical, but it's really good. Yeah, it was intense. I know a lot of the new favorites I haven't seen, and I've wanted to. Like, I've been dying to see Hadestown, but I haven't gotten to see it yet. I know a lot of people think, like, some people think, what is it, Be Chill is, Be More Chill is fun. Other people think it's cheesy. One of my high school friends starred in the original production of it. So I wanted to see Be More Chill just because, like, fucking Will was in it, and Will and I went to school together. If anyone knows Will Rowland, he was also in Dear Evan Hansen. I know he's got a following. I don't know how much crossover there is with my following. But we were in fucking high school plays together, and so seeing him be on Broadway is fucking amazing. So I've wanted to see that literally just for his sake, because I'm fucking proud of him. But Carousel was probably the most meaningful experience for me because it was the first time I played a lead in anything. But also, when I was in like 4th and 5th grade, we would do a school show, and I never really understood it. Like, we would do a play. Miss Harrison, the director, would come in, and she'd kind of just point and click and tell people where to stand, and she'd kind of just arbitrarily cast it. And we didn't really audition. So, like, I never really had lines. I would just be like, elf number 3, helper number 2, I'm a fucking tree. Like, I didn't really get to participate. And so I didn't really get acting. And it wasn't meaningful to me because I'd never had a chance to do it. And so I have kind of like a conflicting relationship with, or a conflicting, not conflicting. I have like a complicated relationship with the idea of, a lot of people say there are no small parts, only small actors. Hey, Pandora. Also, hey, Hazes and TK. Yeah, I've heard music from Hadestown, and it's great. My design teacher from college apparently did the costume work for the original production. Or not the original, but the Broadway production. Sorry. But so there's this kind of common mantra that there's no small parts, only small actors, you know, and that, like, it's a collaborative process. You work together. Like, it's not about being the lead or the most important person on stage. It's about the experience that you create together. But I feel like it took me actually getting to really participate to understand what made storytelling so magical. And like in 4th and 5th grade or whatever, when I was doing school plays, and I was just like standing on the left, holding a basket, and then leaving, and then coming back out and moving a table, and then coming back out and standing there. It just didn't mean anything to me. Like, it was a stupid activity. And so I didn't need to be the lead when I was in Carousel, but I went to summer camp and I happened to get the lead. But it was the first time that I played a character of substance. And it's like that light bulb moment happened. And I was like, oh, this is what it is. Like, I get it now. This is amazing. And then I was bitten. Like, the bug had me. And I never wanted to go back. But I needed to have an experience of some substance to really understand what made acting so magical. You've never been in a play, Miss Fortune? Yeah, I've been in a lot of plays. My senior year of high school, I was in. There's a musical called City of Angels that has nothing to do with the Nicolas Cage movie. It's a completely different story about completely different characters. But I was in City of Angels, which is also a wonderful play. It's a cool little sort of like detective noir play. And it takes place in two worlds. It's about a writer who's trying to write like a detective noir. And so in the musical, you get to see his world and his life and him trying to make it as a writer and struggling and being taken advantage of people in the business. But then you also get to see the world of his detective. And so there's like a whole secondary plot as his main character is solving the puzzle. It's really cool. And it culminates in a song between the two of them. Like he sings opposite his main character, his OC, and it's fun. You were the lead in the middle school, Oklahoma. Oklahoma, isn't that a weird play, TK? Like Oklahoma is the one where, if I'm remembering right, oh wait, am I thinking of Little Abner? Is Oklahoma the one that gets weirdly sci-fi, where there's like a race where they're on foot and they're running, but someone uses superpowers? Or am I thinking of a different musical? It's either Oklahoma or it's Little Abner. I want to say it is Oklahoma, where it gets like weirdly fantasy like midway through, but it's otherwise like just a slice of life. Is it not? What the fuck am I thinking of? Because I remember it's one of those things that takes place in like a small town out in the Midwest, but then there's like weird fucking shit happens. I'm sad I could never put my acting skills to good use. Did there any, even if you're not in a major market like LA, there's always opportunities. I shouldn't say there's always. There's often opportunities like community theaters and sometimes even schools. My school used to do a community play every year. So like 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 9th grades. Or no, it was 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th grades did plays. You didn't do it every year. But they would do a community play where like parents and teachers would be involved. It would be super fun. I know community theater can be an outlet for a lot of people that don't really have the ability or the interest in making it a career. Is it Lil Abner? Yeah, okay. I had friends that did that and what was it, Oklahoma, and then there's Music Man was a great one. I wasn't in it, but my friends were in Music Man. I don't think all schools do plays, but where I grew up, many schools did plays. And not every year. When I was in high school, every year we started doing plays. When I was in middle school, it was only like 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th grade, which is technically the first year of high school. My school went 1 year longer for some reason. But when I got to my high school, they had like a dedicated theater department, which I was really fortunate to be a part of, so I was very lucky to be in a high school where we got to do, I think we did like 3 plays a year at my high school. Which I don't think everyone does. But it worked out considering it's what I love. So I was fortunate to be in a place where I got to do it.
That shield is too durable. We have to find another way to destroy it.
I tried at my school, but the only role I got was the person who moved the props. So you auditioned for the play, and I guess you didn't get cast in the play, but they asked if you wanted to be on the crew. That happens. I know that that's always a thing. In fact, I've been in some plays where even the cast moved their own scenery. So even if you were in the show, you were like moving props and doing setup and stuff. That sounds like my experience though. Like I didn't really get to do it the first couple of years, and it took me a couple of tries to really have an experience that I feel like left a lasting impression. My theater director in high school though had this obsession with trying to get people to change it up and do different things. So she occasionally would like bar someone from being in the play. She didn't tell them they couldn't do it, but she would be like, she'd really try and talk them into doing something else. So like she would talk someone into deciding to be like stage manager or do lighting or sound because she wanted them to experiment with another side of theater. Because that whole theater experience involves set construction and crew and sound and lighting design and stage management. And so she wanted people to try other things. And she did the same thing in reverse. So she talked all the techies who were like career techies into getting on stage and doing plays. That was like her main mission as a teacher, was to like get people to step outside their comfort zone. I did lighting for one play, and I also directed the middle school play a couple of times. Once or twice I directed the middle school play because we had I was at a private school, so we had like everyone there. So like it was a high school, but then there was also like kids that were in like 5th grade and 4th grade and kindergarten, like all kind of on the same campus, I want to say. And yeah, I directed the middle school play. The middle schoolers did Seussical the Musical, which is a cute play, and I directed part of it. Yeah, my parents took me out of, I was in public school until the end of 2nd grade, and my parents took me out of public school and put me into private school, and
Well fought, Guardian.
I've made jokes about being in debt for the rest of my life, so it was kind of like with an asterisk on the end, but my whole family worked together to put me through school. So like both sets of grandparents and my parents, like, because I was the only child in the family, put
Do well to leave your hide site.
their funds together to get me into a private school my mom was really fond of. I don't know, honestly. It was actually weird when I came over. Like, I ended up making a lot of friends by the time I got to, like, 7th or 8th grade. Yeah, no, I'm an only child. RNG spawn, that's really cool. What helmet is that? Hold on, hold please. I'll finish that sentence in a second. Facade of the Heathen Lords. Mobile exoskeleton hood. I don't think I have that. Is that older? It was weird because I made a lot of friends by the time I got into the high school years, but like when I transferred, I had no friends. I had so many friends at public school, 1st and 2nd grade. I was like I feel like I was one of the more popular kids in the class, and I had tons of friends. And then I transferred and I had no friends, and I had like 2 friends for like the next 4 years. And I don't know what changed. Like maybe once we got to high school, because we were doing plays regularly, I was on stage a lot. And maybe like once people were starting to see me in my element doing what I love, I started to make more friends. But I was just like an awkward loner for like the next 4 years of my life when they switched me to private school. And I had like 3 friends in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, just 3. Sorry, I'm eating a Cheez-It. 6th grade, my best friend Sam left and transferred back to public school. 7th grade, my friend Boomer left, and then Luke left. And so by 7th grade, I had nobody. I was just completely alone. And then by 9th grade, I started making friends again mysteriously. Boomer. You never went to school? Were you homeschooled, Miss Fortune? Or were you not schooled? No, it was a nickname. think his name was Robert. But he went by Boomer. He had this rich-ass family.
Guardian, we've received intel that
I lived by the train station,
weapons to the shadow.
and my family was putting all of their funding together to get me through school. And, like, we were comfortable, but definitely lower middle class. Boomer had, like, this massive modern mansion up on a hill, like in the really nice part of the area we were in. And so I used to always go over to his house and I'd play his Nintendo 64. And then we'd go out into the woods because he had like all this private property with tons and tons of like forest everywhere. Oh, you were in foster care. Okay.
Missiles have already attempted the onslaught of Zahn's base.
So I'd go over to his house and we would just like romp through the woods and like build shit and pick up sticks and swing them at things. And
Do you have further questions?
Right.
I thought his house was so fucking weird because we just lived in like a regular ass like brick house. We had brick, which was kind of nice. The house next door didn't, but we had this regular ass brick house, and he lived in like this weird like white and glass monstrosity. I don't know how old you are, Miss Fortune, but have you had any kind of vocational education since then? I know that you snowboard a lot. Is there something that that you do now or that you're working towards that brings you passion? I got very little from my school experience. I honestly feel like summer camp was where I kind of learned like the shit that I love. Once I got to high school, I had the theater department, but until then, I felt like every year I would go to I went to this camp in the summer, and the camp was where I had all my best friends. And then I'd get back, and until like 7th grade, I was kind of a loner at school. So I had this dichotomy between camp and school, where like camp was where I could actually be myself and do things I love, and then I would go back to school in the winter or in the fall and be sad all the time. I was very grateful that the worlds merged eventually by high school.
It seems this new Zahn has done some
Summer camp is
although
that like school? No, it's like stuff to do during the summer. You go there and, there'll be like a pool and there'll be like a court and you can, learn an instrument or play volleyball, and there's counselors that look after the kids. They sort of babysit you while you're there, and the one that I went to had assemblies, so you could occasionally go and they would like either like show a movie or there'd be live music or, live music from students, because like there were students learning instruments and stuff. And so it'd be like an assembly basically. And then you'd go home. I know some parents send their kids to camp because it gives them the opportunity to kind of like continue to explore things they love. Other parents send their kids to camp just because it kind of becomes like a babysitter. Like if the parents work all the time and the kid isn't at school, they're home all the time. It's a place that they can kind of like give the kids something to do for the 2 months that they're off from school, or 3 months or whatever.
earlier I informed the Empress we had already dealt with Zahn.
Yeah, send your kids to camp to get rid of them. It's valid. TK.
Power. It is not unlikely this new Zahn is a
Oh, TK.
taking up the mantle.
Regardless, he must be stopped.
You snowboard all the time. Is that like one of your things? Do you think you could see yourself kind of dedicating part of your life to like teaching snowboarding or working for I don't know what you call it, like some slopes or something? Some slopes. Snowboard, skiing place, mountain. Yeah, I had friends that didn't do camp, and they would kind of just stay home and like play video games and stuff all the time. And I probably was a little envious of them sometimes, but camp was also was my opportunity to see like my best friends in the world, outside of like my one friend that left in 6th grade. So for me, like getting to go to camp was really special because it meant I got to spend time with the people that I felt like actually like understood me. You went to like a 2-week leadership conference in high school. I have done. Is that like a preschool year? That's like a preschool year, like escape, Yummy Jules? Because I did something. We had this thing called the Performing Arts Committee, which was kind of like the most dedicated theater students. And I know that sometimes they would like 2 weeks, 1 or 2 weeks before the school year started, they would have like a little retreat where we would go somewhere, and it would be like a stay overnight, heavily supervised, and do like some early acting exercises and stuff. I wonder if that's kind of like the weird artsy kid version of your leadership conference. You know, we would like do yoga and sit in circles and share our feelings and like write scripts and do scene work. We weren't really learning leadership, but we were bonding. It was mostly for JROTC students. I'm probably mixing up my acronyms. That's not the Air Force thing, is it? Is that the military or Air Force thing, or is that something different? It is military. My friend did something like that, actually. One of my childhood friends, Matt. Oh, is that like they're trying to get you into like enlisted officer, right? Early. My friend Matt did something like that, and he ended up serving. I remember him. I don't remember the specifics because it's not my life, but I remember he did like an ROTC thing. You want to hear something funny in the world of trans humor? My best friends in the world when I was a very little kid were my 2 friends, Sam and Matt. And Sam was an artist. He painted. He still does. And he still largely looks the same and is the same old, like, adorable weirdo that he was when I was a kid. Matt was like this skinny balink who was really fast. We all used to get together in Sam's backyard and run around and, like, throw things and set things on fire, which is like the only activity I ever say I do when I'm outdoors. And we would like pull out reams of printer paper and draw stick figures in combat. We called them battle drawings, and we had all this like military fascination as kids. And then I went to acting school and transitioned, and Matt joined ROTC and he ended up enlisting. And Sam just went to art school and learned some business stuff, and now he paints and does art as well as like IT, like tech, some tech business management thing. But like we didn't see each other for like 15 years, and we got back together, and I was a girl. Matt was like twice our size and was like fucking jacked, and Sam was the same. It was a very fun and funny reunion of 3 best friends. So like Matt and I both went through metamorphosis, and Sam was Sam. I got negative mail, Matt got 2 times mail. Yeah, I gave it to him. I gave it all to him. He needed it to be the hero America deserves, I guess. It always was funny to me because we all were sort of military obsessed little kiddies. Like, not real military, like fantasy military. We would draw fighter jets, and like I taught myself to draw an F-16, and I totally can't anymore. And we would draw stick figure combat, and like, it's just so funny that out of the three of us, he fucking took that shit seriously. Like, he went into it and he fucking did it. Whereas, like, the two of us went off and became artists and storytellers, respectively. I guess artists, respectively, in general. Yeah, I didn't go into the military. I didn't know what I wanted to do. For a while, I wasn't sure I wanted to... I guess, like, I knew I wanted to be an actor, but I wasn't sure how feasible it was for a long time. So I had a bunch of weird backup plans. For a while, I thought maybe I wanted to go to law school. For a while, I briefly, like, did research on, like, are there military jobs that don't involve combat? Like, are there, like, logistical jobs? And then I'm sure it had something to do with playing Phoenix Wright. Made me like, wait a minute, law school could be great, you know, because Phoenix Wright is basically a documentary. But then I took a swing and I applied early decision for drama and I got in, so it ended up working out. You mean I get to slam my desk at points at people all day? Holy shit, I'm going to be a lawyer. New trans theory, conservation of gender. For every dude who turns super macho, a trans girl is born. Yo, this multiverse is fascinating to me. Business email. What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? All right. Really quick business email. I hit send. All right, we're back. Did anyone have that kid who followed you around after you talked to them once and they thought they were part of your friend group? Oh no. I think I've probably both had that kid and been that kid. Yeah, God, I mean, maybe not quite to that extent, but like, I had this friend at summer camp who, it was another like super, super rich kid. And he had this really close relationship with his brother, or he was like constantly looking to like impress his brother or something. So whenever we hung out together, if we were alone, it was fine. And if he was with one of his siblings, like he and his sibling would make fun of me the whole time we were hanging out. And I would leave like completely regretting ever showing up. Cause like I'd go and hang out and we'd watch a movie and like get food and hang. But like I'd have to put up with 5-6 hours of him and his brother just making fun of me the whole fucking time I was there. And it was really like, I didn't know what to do with that information. Cause like when we were alone, like if we were at camp hanging out at lunch together, he was fine. So it was just a behavior that came out when he was with his brother. And eventually it just was too much. Like, we don't talk anymore. And it's not even a recent thing. Like, completely abandoned that friendship because it was just insanely toxic way too often. It was just confusing. It was very confusing at the time, and I probably held on a lot longer than I probably should have because he kept becoming a different person whenever we were alone. And so it was like, yeah, it was just baffling, you know?
We've cut another head off the proverbial hydra.
Like, are we friends or are we not friends? We hung out at camp and it was absolutely great, and we shared lunch and we told stories and we listened to music together and we played music together and we laughed and made inside jokes. And then I went over and I got made fun of and I left and I felt horrible. But then I saw him the next day and it was great. And he, you know, he shared his snack with me and we told jokes and hung out again. And then we hung out and he made me feel like shit again. And eventually I was like, I can't take this whirlwind. This is way too much. I can't be friends with this person anymore. Nope. Oh well. That was the sound of me looking through auditions and being like, nope, I'm not going to do any of these. I don't fit any of these characters. I don't know if you're still there, Kittle, but I retweeted, but I saw your whiteboard drawing of Kat and Margot, and it's fucking adorable too. I just tabbed over to it so it reminded me that it existed. Yo, Warframe cosplay seems impossible, but I have seen some really good ones. They're just so, like, organic. At least I guess you can get in-game and get as many angles as you want, because there's also, like, a photography mode, so you can get tons of close-up angles. It just seems like an insane amount of work. I've returned, and can I ask you something? Yes, what would you like to ask me? Also, Xenophage, how's it going? I feel Destiny 2 or 1 is better to cosplay. Warframe is too elaborate. I just realized how embarrassing I must be around my friends. I'm a dinosaur nerd who is contemplating their gender and is very loud, so. When you say you're a dinosaur nerd, is that like your conversation most of the time where they're like, hey, how's it going? You want to go play basketball? And you're like, did you know that the T-Rex has hands with claws? That, like, is it that kind of situation? Or, because, like, we're all into shit. I was a Mega Man nerd. Like, you couldn't get into a conversation with me without me telling you about, like, my favorite Robot Masters and humming their level music to you. Who's the best waifu in Persona? Oh no, I have to abstain. I haven't played Persona. I watched my housemates play it over their shoulder for many an hour, but I haven't played it myself, so I'm not familiar with the individual characters. I'm sorry. I swear to God though, that jazz music from like the normal like in between missions, like hangout in the menus still haunts me. Like I still every time I close my eyes, I hear dun 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. and I'm like, oh, it's okay. It's not really here. It was all in my head. I'm safe. I'm safe.
Zahn has done some redecorating. Though I don't think I can call this an upgrade in terms of taste, but perhaps the canon.
I listened to that music so much. Anytime, not even when I was hanging out with them, if I was in the kitchen, if I was cooking, I just heard that jazz music again and again and again and again.
Earlier, I informed
Made a Catalyst piece of art, Hexamore, after getting jealous of all the other art I see on your Discord. So yeah, it's in your Discord now. Yo, I can't wait. Let me find it. I love your profile pic, Hex.
Who has taken
So I'm very excited.
regardless, he must be stopped.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Don't snipe! What the shit? I love how they're like, you are the very first person to discover Strand, and there are already enemies with Strand shields. Would best waifu in Apex be professionally troubling for you? No, definitely Valkyrie. I hope I don't make Erica uncomfortable ever. So far, she seems totally into that. But I shamelessly adore Valkyrie. I love her so much. The last time we spoke, she was cool with it, so I'm assuming she's still cool with it. I'm like, I have a crush on your Valkyrie so much, and I think she was like, yes, excellent. Oh yeah, they doing a re-release of Battle Network. I should go through that. Battle Network is the one series that I call it out a lot because I know that it was the inspiration, part of the inspiration for Tome. I've never actually gone through the Battle Network series. I played original NES, Mega Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I played 7 on Super Nintendo. I didn't go through 8. There's actually a Mega Man 9 now, which I've played, but originally people used to call Rockman and Forte, which was a Japanese-only game. Although I think that's got an English release now as well. Rockman and Forte used to be considered Mega Man 9. I played that as well. I played Power Fighters. I played Mega Man X 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I just never played Battle Network. I kind of fell off a little bit after that, and I kind of went into nostalgia mode where I just keep going back and playing the old games. If I had to say a favorite, I grew up on Mega Man 4. I would say like Mega Man 4 and 3 are probably my favorite 2 original games. But I love Mega Man 7. I adore Mega Man 7. I do have a lot of jumps, don't I? Plus the incorporation of bass as well as Proto Man. One of the hardest bosses at the time, like now I feel like he's a little more manageable, but at the time Burst Man was like the hardest robot. Like I want to say Burst Man was like the hardest robot master I'd ever fought. He just had way too much going on. Being able to get Proto Man's shield, getting the equipable armor, super fucking cool. And the original X, like, was another great example of, like, introducing the brand new concept of, like, upgrading your armor and changing forms. Super fucking cool. And all that shit's staple now, but at the time it was fucking revolutionary. Oh God, just break. There we go. Star Wars, I played KOTOR. My first Star Wars game was probably Dark Forces. I played Dark Forces, and I played a little Dark Forces 2. I don't think I finished Dark Forces 2. And then I didn't play I didn't play any of the other Kyle Katarn games. My dad did, but I didn't. And then I picked up KOTOR, not when it came out originally. Like, actually, a friend of mine was like, you haven't played KOTOR? And I'm like, I haven't played KOTOR. And he's like, all right, I'm buying you it right now. You have to play it this weekend. And I started it that weekend, and I got hooked. The two, like, super popular games that I never picked up because my parents didn't get me too many games that I then fell in love with for a while later was KOTOR, which a friend bought me, and I had another friend buy me Final Fantasy VII for the same reason. They're like, you haven't played Final Fantasy VII? And I'm like, I haven't played Final Fantasy VII. And they're like, here's mine. You don't even need to give it back. Just play it. Kyle Katarn. I think it was just Kyle, but then it was like Katarnn or something. Which, by the way, should have been in Rogue One. I'm not a huge fan of Rogue One, honestly, and I know that like they were really high on their horse of like the EU doesn't exist anymore, but to me it's still a crime that they didn't include Kyle as part of Rogue One. And it would have been so easy too. Literally just name Bodhi Kyle. He wouldn't even need to be Kyle Katarn, but if they just named Bodhi, Riz Ahmed's character, if they named Bodhi Kyle, or if they made him very clearly, like if they named him Bodhi Katarn or some reference at all, Bodhi would have been the perfect fit too, because Bodhi was the pilot, and Kyle was an Imperial pilot. Like essentially was like the Finn, like the original Finn. It would have been such an easy nod that they could have given. I haven't watched Andor yet. Does it redeem that fucking asshole? What's his name? Cassius? Kasich? What the hell is his name? I hated him, but I know that they'll redeem him. Cassian. I know that they'll redeem him in that stupid show because they do a good job with those shows. I found him so unlikable in Rogue One. I found like everyone. I found almost everyone. Not everyone. I found almost everyone unlikable in Rogue One though. Rogue One was a big miss for me, and I know a lot of people like it. I do think it had one of the coolest space battles in Star Wars movies though. Rogue One's space battle was insane. And of course the scene at the end, but like the scene at the end is like great, but in a frustrating way because it's like a redeeming quality that has like nothing to do with the rest of the movie. It's still an awesome scene though. Not nothing to do with the end of the movie. It's how the plans get into their hands, but like it's such a fucking fan service scene, you know? That it like almost makes me angry that it's everyone's favorite scene because it's like carrying so much of the weight of the rest of that movie for me. You know what else sets up A New Hope? The Force Unleashed, which is a phenomenal phenomenal game that could have been a movie. It's a great game though. It's probably the first time I've played a game where I'm like, I would watch that on a screen. Like fucking redo that as a movie. I would watch the shit out of that movie. I also like that in a weird way, they homaged Darth Vader in Rogue One with Luke at the end of season 2 of Mandalorian. Like it was really cool to see, because I know people made those videos where they put them side by side so you see them happening at the same time. Really fucking cool. Or no, end of season 1? No, end of season 2. End of season 2. I haven't started season 3 of Mandalorian yet. I liked the concept, but I feel like everyone can agree that the CG and facial capture was not left a whole lot to be desired, didn't it? I think for me it was just like there was so much uncanny valley. Oh yeah, no problem. I found it like very uncomfortable. They did a little bit of a better job in Book of Boba Fett, but I think Book of Boba Fett, right, is where we see him again. But yeah, I found it very uncomfortable to watch the scene in season 2. That's true, which is part of what makes Mandalorian so cool is the fact that it's just like, I mean, and it's part of what I guess made like the third act of Rogue One pretty cool, is like, it's so nice to see just like boots on the ground, like what's the Star Wars universe look like if you're not one of the Golden Children? Even though Mando is like practically immortal. What an ambitious concept for a series that worked out so well is to have a character whose face you never see, who is basically like Superman immortal most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. And still manage to make it insanely compelling and a phenomenal story with phenomenal characters. See, it's interesting because, like, when it comes to stuff like the main unstoppable hero is always Superman, and Goku comes close post Saiyan Saga, but it's always the those characters who, like, what make them so compelling is that they change the people around them, and so the story is less about their own personal character growth, and it's more about like the relationships they create and how they change the people that come into their lives. And yet with Mando, it almost feels like it's the opposite. I feel like my memories of the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian is that it very much has to do with the way that Din, is that his name, Din, or is it Jin? The way that Din is challenged and like has his own expectations subverted and has to like adapt and kind of embrace change despite being the unstoppable character that usually is the one doing the changing.
Well fought, Guardian. We've cut another head off the proverbial Hydra.
Hydra have but one head, Devrim.
Yes. Vex Hydra.
Hey, level 1, by the way. Level 1 mob. Sorry, I got to you a little bit late. The Vader bump, do you mean like the fact that they put Vader into it and it like levels up the whole production? A level 7 becomes a 10. That's valid. Yo, Hex, fucking beach catalyst. I'm digging it. I love the sunglasses. I love the bra. I'm fascinated by the. She's got a bit of a gaunt chic looking, doesn't she? I can kind of see her. I see her ribs a little bit, making me a little self-conscious about my own body. Yeah. Very cool. You know what I like about that the most? I really like the collar. I think the little sort of like, it's almost like what Demaria wears. If you're in my Discord, I believe, I found it on Twitter, but I believe it's in the art creativity. Where is it? Did you not put it in art Yes, you did. It's in art creativity at 409. Hexamore made a cool little kind of stylized Catalyst beach shot. Really, really fucking cool. The Demaria, I call it the Demaria collar because my character from Fairy Tail has something similar where it's just like a collar with a little bit that like covers her collarbone. Collar. I like the Apex tag on the swimsuit. That's also really cool. We are going to give this a little retweet. Let's get some more eyes on this. This is a really great. Enjoy a look at glowing feminine energy before it ends you. What are we at anyway? Heroic 2? Heroic then goes to Fabled, then goes to Mythic, then goes to Legend. That's true. The Empire was very, very, very dangerous in Rogue One. I also wish they hadn't thrown away, what's the guy? The Che Guevara guy that Forrest Whitaker played. They're like, you need to find him. He's a master tactician, and he's one of the most important people we're going to need if we're going to plan this resistance. We need him on our side. So they go and find him, and then he's just like, go without me. I'm staying here. And it's like, wait, but we came here for you. I thought that was a little silly. He took a very spiritual anime, like, no, this is a mission you must complete on your own. And they're like, but, and he's like, leave. And they're like, but we wouldn't have come here. Fuck. Why did we come here if you're kicking us out?
Guardian, we've received intel that Bracus Zahn is supplying weapons to the Shadow Legion.
I forget his name. Is he in Clone Wars? God, would you hate me if I said I haven't gone through Clone Wars? Saul Guerrera. I need to go through Clone Wars, and I think what stopped me every time is I get decision paralysis where people are like, well, you can go from the start, you can watch the 3D part, but you don't have to watch the 3D part. There are also some episodes in the middle that are probably not that worth it. So you want to like pick and choose. There are like a couple of Reddit threads you can find that tell you what to watch. I'm like, should I just watch it cover to cover? Because I'm getting overloaded on information about how to watch Clone Wars, and I think all it's done is made me not watch Clone Wars. And I know they changed the medium from 3D to animated, and like some people don't consider the original 3D ones to be either canon or that they're just not considered good enough to watch or something. Just start from the beginning. Do you start with the 3D ones, or do you just start from the animated series? Because I don't mind the medium change, but I think I heard that there's also a time skip, that like they cover completely different material. That like, what is it? Like the 3D version is almost a direct continuation of episode 2 or something, but then the animated series follows more their own path or something. Oh, was it OG 2D? Oh, sorry, was it 2D and then 3D, not 3D and then 2D? So the OG 2D one, is that the one that like kind of feels like it's more directly connected to the movie? Skip the 2D one. Oh, you're right. You know, I do remember, well, no, episode 2 had Grievous. Wait, episode 2 had Grievous, which, Wait, did episode 2 or episode 3 have Grievous? Episode 2 had Grievous, right? Or am I a crazy person? Yeah, so Grievous was introduced in 3. So Grievous was introduced in the original Clone Wars. Because I do remember when episode 3 came out, everyone was treating Grievous like he was an existing character. So he was introduced originally in the 2D series. Okay. Yeah, I think I remembered that. I think I knew that for a while. So I guess he's the first example of that, right? Because we've had a lot of that since. I know that Obi-Wan has a character from Clone Wars, right? And Boba Fett featured a character from Clone Wars. So we've been seeing a lot more Clone Wars characters coming in. But Grievous was the first, wasn't he?
It is not unlikely this new Zahn is a successor who has taken up the mantle.
Regardless, he must be stopped.
Nope. Oh, fuck you so much. Love barrier champions so much. Who doesn't love barrier champions? Sass Master Obi-Wan. Hello there. Which characters were in Obi-Wan and Boba? Is that a real question? Which characters were in Obi-Wan or which characters were in Book of Boba? Or are you talking about something else completely? Yeah, Boba Fett had Bane. Oh, that's what you're asking. Yeah, Boba Fett had Bane. And what was the other one I was thinking? I was thinking of something else other than Bane. I was thinking of wait a minute. Doesn't Obi-Wan, I haven't watched Obi-Wan yet. Please don't spoil it. I realize I'm entering dangerous territory right now. Doesn't Obi-Wan also have the Inquisitor? Wasn't that Inquisitor from Clone Wars, or am I a crazy person? Was he from a game or something? I feel like I remember the trailers for Obi-Wan featuring a known character that was like one of the Inquisitors. Oh, Rebels. Okay, gotcha. Because I knew that face when I saw it. He's more badass in Rebels. Business message.
Thank you, Guardian.
Let me respond to this real quick.
To aid you. Free the others and you will have a formidable team to face Brachus Zahn.
Cool.
Take all
Back.
the help we can get.
My mom was texting me. That wasn't the business. I got a business message and then my mom texted me. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Yeah, we have had some Thrawn hints. I know he was name dropped. He was big. It's interesting that he's coming back because he was big in the supposedly dead expanded universe. So it's interesting that they're bringing him back in. Hasn't he been present in Ahsoka's story, though? I feel like I remember hearing that. I want Admiral Dalla. I don't think they'll ever bring her in, but I want Admiral Dalla. She was my favorite EU character, and not only because it was one of the only books I read, but I like me some strong women, and Admiral Dalla was fucking badass. She was like this badass, like, Kuvira, like imperial admiral that was part of like the collective of like the post. It was the kind of like the New Order, but it was the Jedi Academy trilogy by Kevin Anderson. She was part of, this was like the post-Empire collective of like warring Empire factions, and she was kind of the head of one of them, and she ran that research lab out in the Maw. The Maw, right? Isn't the Maw the black hole areas like near Kessel? Where they developed, supposedly, at least in the EU, that's where they developed the original Death Stars, as well as the Super Star Destroyers, and then the Sun Crusher, which is all not canon anymore. Their secret black hole facility. Admiral Sloane. Didn't they also, I don't know if they named her, but we very briefly saw this like badass, I don't think she was an admiral, but she was like just a badass like Star Destroyer captain in like the third movie or something. I love how angry they always sound. They're just like screaming orders at people. That is a friend. Hey, Zion, welcome, welcome. Also, hey, Naston, how are you doing? Good to see you. I didn't see your first message, apparently, but I see you now. Thanks for joining me, Naston. My favorite part, and I say this with a bit of a sense of humor, of the Imperial Star Destroyers, specifically the Dreadnought, where they're like, it's a Dreadnought, and, you know, I'd never seen that ship or anything like that before. I'm like, and thinking through like the old school books that they released that had like all the ships from Star Wars, and I'm like, I think they invented this one with the Planet Cracker laser, which essentially they kind of turned the Eclipse class Star Destroyer into... Because in the Dark Horse series, right, had like the Eclipse class Star Destroyer that was like the big black Super Star Destroyer that was really sleek and was like the Emperor's personal flagship, and it had like a miniature version of the Death Star super laser on the front. And then they had the World Destroyers or something. What the hell were those things called? That looked like weird elephant robots, but they apparently landed and like cracked the hull of a planet. And I feel like they merged those two concepts into one thing when they put the Dreadnought in episode, what was that, episode 8? Episode 8? What was my point in sharing this? Right, when they're on the bridge of the Dreadnought, I love that they just have like their combat mode is just like all red light all the time. They're just like soaking in red light, and that's apparently how they like to pilot their ship when they're in a combat situation. Made them look supremely evil, but also like really probably inconvenient. Where did they get enough paint to color besides Star Destroyer White? Yeah, Destroyer White, I guess you could say that that's just like, they could just be like the raw metal with like a finish. The Eclipse class Star Destroyer was absolutely like a jet black painted Star Destroyer, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're just mining out entire planets, you know, like we mine on this planet with the purpose of extracting resources while the remaining habitable. I wouldn't be surprised if in a world like Star Wars, they are bare minimum mining out tons of asteroids and probably just finding planets rich with resources and mining the planet until it's not there anymore. Honestly. If you're a Destiny fan who's been playing since year 1, they had this ship called the Almighty that was positioned outside of Mercury. And it was literally sucking the planet up with like a giant mining laser and turning it into dust and resources. And the way they describe it in the original Destiny campaign for Destiny 2 is that when it's done with a planet, the planet is gone. Like it just vacuums the whole planet up until the planet's gone and they've harvested the entire fucking planet. I guess if you wanted to, with asteroids, you could build something that could just latch onto the asteroid, mine it up, keep mining until it fills its cargo, head back to like a capital ship. Like, probably if you're doing asteroid mining, assuming, you know, unless they're like massive, massive, massive asteroids, like it kind of makes sense that you'd probably have a giant freighter, like almost like the capital ship version of a freighter. And then do like either drone mining or like small piloted ship mining. And keep bringing back resources and filling up the freighter until the freighter's full. So you just keep doing passes with the drones or the smaller ships. Taking out individual asteroids, bringing everything back. I guess you could also, if you had a really big mining laser to the point that you could just disintegrate the asteroid, then all you'd need is a big-ass space vacuum. But I'm not sure if that's more or less convenient. Space vacuum. Oh, was it Durasteel? Does that mean it would still be Durasteel now, or would it be Beskar now? Because Beskar used to be Durasteel. That progression is so fucking confusing. Where originally they're like, Boba Fett's armor is Durasteel. His father's was Durasteel. But Mando's is Beskar. But Mando's is actually the same as Jango's, which means Jango had Beskar, which technically means that Boba Fett has Beskar, which means it was all Beskar, even though we used to call it Durasteel. I've seen so many conflicting accounts of them deciding to change the name of the metal. And then there was like that phase where like they're like, well, Boba Fett obviously inherited his father's armor, right? Well, no, he didn't. Well, it's actually secondhand. Well, it's actually original. Well, Boba Fett's actually Mandalorian. Well, Boba Fett isn't Mandalorian. He's just a bounty hunter who uses Mandalorian armor. Like, I cannot think of a topic in Star Wars that has had more fucking debates and conflicting information. Which is so funny, because me coming from, like, the old EU stuff, when I first started watching Mandalorian, he's like, I've got the real armor now. And I'm like, yo, he's got Durasteel. And they're like, this is Beskar. And I'm like, what is Beskar? Because back in my day, I felt like Durasteel was always the word that you associated with, like, Mandalorian armor. And now it's Beskar. I'm reading what you're saying, though, that it's about, like, the blend and the... So that kind of almost makes... You're making Beskar sound like it's almost like the steel to Durasteel's iron. Like, that it's like a blend. Also, here's my question that I never quite understood. The rest of the Mandalorians in Din's tribe, do they not have Beskar? Are they using second-rate shit? Or is it just Beskar that's been painted? Like, do they just stylize their shit, but it's otherwise the same? You think they paint it? Because initially I was like, oh, you know what? They made such a big deal out of Din getting a full set of Beskar. So he must have like the true leveled up shit, and they've got like the knockoff shit. But then when he's like, he gets the extra for the helmet, and he's like, it'll be a great helmet for one of the new initiates or whatever. I'm like, wait a minute, why would you give it to a kid and not give it to one of your main people? And then I'm like, oh, are they already using it? They've just painted it? And he's just using unpainted? So is it not that he has Beskar at all? It's that, like, he got Beskar so fucking early? Like, are they more impressed with how quickly he managed to put together what it probably took them their whole fucking lifetime to do? Did we ever, and like, I'm going to preface this question really carefully. Really carefully. Can I get through? Thank you. Cool. If this is explained in season 3 of The Mandalorian, I'm going to die. I hate those fucking turrets. If this is explained in season 3 of The Mandalorian, I do not want this spoiled. And I realize by saying you can't say something is kind of spoiling it. I don't want the details. But does anyone know, without spoiling anything from season 3 of Mandalorian yet, do we know yet how, and I know I haven't seen the series, but I know enough about it. Do we know yet how the Darksaber got from Darth Maul, I think had it originally, to, what's his name? Juan Carlo Esposito's character? Or is that still a mystery? You see him? Do you see him lose it in Rebels? Okay. What is his character name in Mandalorian? It's fuck. Gideon. Gideon was such a great character. Okay, in Rebels, so Darth Maul wasn't the last one that had it. Bo-Katan was the last one that had it, and we don't know how it got from Bo-Katan into Gideon's hands. That's so fascinating. Yeah, I think the theories were, and again, don't spoil season 3, but I think the theories were because it has to be won in a duel, it has to be earned, which is why it was hard for Din to use it, because it wasn't, you know, he earned it, but like he hadn't like attuned to it yet. So I feel like I remember reading some theories that like because it was given, like handed to Bo-Katan, that she ultimately wasn't really able to make the best use of it, and it kind of like wasn't the unifying act that it was supposed to be because it wasn't earned fairly or something like that. Okay, I won't get into that then. I'll just watch season 3 soon. Heroic 3. When do I want to call it today? I'm probably going to call it pretty soon. Maybe we'll go until 6. Maybe we'll go until 5:30. Yeah, I feel like the Darksaber is the perfect embodiment of like everyone's OC lightsaber, because originally when it was just like green and blue and red, I don't know about you all, depending on when you grew up, like if you're I know there are a lot of people younger than me in this channel, so you probably grew up with a lot of other colors, but when I was a kid, it was like the most common thing in the world for people to design like your OC Power Ranger color, your OC lightsaber color. And I definitely remember more than a few like, I'm going to have a pure white lightsaber. I'm going to have a black lightsaber. You can't have a black or a white lightsaber. It's got to be a color. Well, mine's white. It's all the colors. Well, mine's black. It's, you know, the evil lightsaber. And then like that all just ended up in the, it all ended up in the lore. But I know that that was probably a lot of people's OC lightsaber colors well before it was in that shit. You want a white lightsaber? I have a purple lightsaber.
Scions have already attempted their onslaught of Zahn's base, but I miscalculated the strength.
So the darksaber is not working properly because he doesn't want it.
Calculated.
Yes. Do you have
Yeah,
a question?
which is interesting.
Let's get them free.
It's a really cool blade. Honestly, I don't think he works well with a blade, but I really like him as a rifle, you know, someone who specializes in marksmanship, but he's like a marksmanship brawler, and he's a little weird with the sword, but the sword itself is super cool. I honestly like how different they portrayed Boba Fett and Din. Because Din is such a brawler. Like, his fights are so scuffed. He handles himself a little bit closer to, like, Han Solo. And then you meet Boba Fett, who, like, they had such high there were such high expectations for Boba Fett. Because Boba Fett was the character that, like, had almost no lore whatsoever outside of, like, one graphic novel. Maybe two,
Decorating.
and had so many mysteries and so many questions where, like, Boba Fett was almost more headcanon than actual canon. So, like, the expectations were so high that he had to be amazing. So it's so funny to come into that show where Din is almost like this swashbuckling, kind of, like, sloppy brawler. And then you meet Boba Fett, and he's like the goddamn Terminator. Like, absolutely met all at least in his appearance in Mandalorian, like, exceeded all expectations in terms of combat. Their styles, I love how different their styles are. That there's so much character put into the way that they fight and how they fight so differently from one another.
Earlier, I informed the Empress we had already dealt with Zahn. Or at least I thought we
That is an excellent question, Naston.
returned somehow.
I think you should go through Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett and find out the answer.
As a success.
You might learn some things.
Regardless, he must be stopped.
I know there used to be so many debates around, like, he would totally find a way out. He's too strong for that. But yeah, if you haven't watched the shows, you should. They're good. And you might get some questions answered. Oh, son of a bitch. The original Star Wars is about, it takes place in outer space, and it's about an intergalactic, tyrannical empire that rules the galaxy, and it's about a scrappy group of heroes that put together a rebellion to fight them. And what makes the Empire so dangerous is that one of their lead henchmen, like one of their leaders, seems to have mystical powers. An insane weapon that's like more powerful than any weapon anyone's ever seen before. You ever wonder, this is my attempt at describing Star Wars for someone who doesn't know anything about Star Wars. And,
Thank you, Guardian. I've instructed the Scions to aid
what the fuck, Misfortune? If you haven't seen it, you can't say that.
Rock
asks what is Star Wars about, interrupts my description of Star Wars to make a judgment that it's not as good as their other favorite movie, I guess. It's so fucking rude. Okay, you don't get the rest of my Star Wars explanation. Bye. I'm not gonna explain Star Wars for the uninitiated, for people that don't appreciate it. Space World War II. That's decent. We can go with Space World War II. I feel like if someone's only seen shit like Full Metal Jacket and like World War I and II movies, and you just say, "Oh, it's just Space World War II," they're gonna be very confused. There are parallels, though. I can see that my way to that. Yeah, well, I'm gonna not get salty. Ah! I just felt all the hair on my back stand up on end. That was so fucking rude. It's okay, though, because I'm still allowed to love what I love. I am a pretty easy mark when it comes to a lot of movies, both Marvel and Star Wars. Science fiction in general, I feel like I'm just usually there to have a good time. And because I have kind of like a writer's brain, I tend to let my headcanoning kind of do the rest of the work. So I tend to give a lot of movies a pass, even when they're problematic. Like I could talk for a while about issues with the Star Wars prequels and issues with even the new series. I genuinely had fun. And I think that like, I don't know, maybe I go in with different expectations. I could go down a laundry list of problems with those movies. But ultimately, like, my ultimate barometer is, did I have fun? And usually the answer is yes. You know, they take me somewhere else. I get to experience another world and a little bit of power fantasy, and I have a good time. They're usually worth the price of entry for me. I definitely live by the, like, you can be critical of things you love, honestly. Like, because I got out of, what is it called? Not Last Jedi. I got out of, what's the ninth Star Wars movie called? It was Force Awakens, Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker. I got out of Rise of Skywalker. I fucking adored it. I had so much fun. And then I sat down and I bullet pointed like 100 things that I would change. And I completely rewrote the end of the movie. I completely headcanoned like all the ways that the plot would make more sense and how it would be a more compelling story and how character development could blah, 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 blah. But I still had fun. You know, like those two things can be true. I had fun, enjoyed the movie, and I also had like 100 things I'd change. And that is one of them. I wish Finn had been good. That is absolutely one of them. I wish I feel like they really sold Finn short. He should have had a better plot. Okay. Uh-huh. Hey, Premium. How's it going? I feel that. My favorite movie is the 80s Transformers movie. It's a great movie, and it gives me good vibes. Yeah, one of my favorite movies in the world is Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner and Alan Rickman. And it's a cheesy, silly movie. And I don't know, whatever happened, it hit me. I was in the right place at the right time in my life that it made such a positive impression on me. And it became like my favorite movie, almost probably hands down. It's the one movie I can watch anytime, any day, and it will always make me happy. And it's just a silly, cheesy, dumb movie, but I have so much fun watching it. It's now just lives forever rent-free in my heart.
Tormentor, do they?
Is that the one where someone tries to stab a person far away after being handed a spyglass? No, I think you're... Isn't that Princess Bride? No, you're right. You're right. That is. No, you're absolutely right. That is Prince of Thieves. Because what's his name? Morgan Freeman's character, who plays Azim, hands him a spyglass. Yes, and while he's staring through it, he takes out his dagger. So he looks through the spyglass, sees some soldiers, jumps, panics, looks through the spyglass again, pulls out his dagger, and starts trying to stab forward with it. You are right. I am wrong. That absolutely happened in that movie. And now I can see it clear as day in my head. Yeah. There are a lot of fun things. There's a little shot at England, because England notoriously is like overcast all the time. I remember reading something once that in England, like, it's always cloudy or rainy, and it's like a special joyous day when the sun actually comes out. And so Azim is Muslim, so he's looking to pray, and he's looking around, and he just screams, like, is there no sun in this godforsaken country? They have lots of little silly jabs like that. I haven't seen Lord of the Rings either. I was just pulling your leg. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I was just getting into it. I like storytelling, and you cut me off, and it made me sad. Yeah, there are some old EU Star Wars things that I know they've had light whips. In Force Unleashed, they had lightsaber tonfas, right? And then in Clone Wars, there was what's her name, who has like the two S-shaped hilts where she can connect them. Oh no! Oh no! Whoa! Wait a second. No! My mouse sensitivity just changed. What the fuck just happened? Holy fuck. Let me go hide while I fix my mouse sensitivity. Ugh! Why is this happening? I literally don't have that key bound. Why would my sensitivity just suddenly change? Razer software, stop it. Ugh. Ugh. Am I back? Oh God, I'm back. Okay, I can aim again. I did not watch a lot of Star Trek when I was a kid. I think my first exposure to Star Trek was actually the, what was that movie, the Borg movie with Captain Picard? First Contact. I really liked First Contact. That was a phenomenal movie. And then I watched a little bit of like Voyager and Deep Space Nine, but I never watched the show religiously. I really liked the remake though. And I remember reading some posts from some purists that like, it's a little bit too, I don't know, gung-ho, action-adventure-y comedy, that it doesn't feel like the original series. But I have to say, the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie, like the original one, not the second one, the first remake, probably is the closest I've come to being like, yo, Star Trek fucking rules. First Contact was a great movie, though. I remember it very fondly. I watched the original Dune movie, like, ages ago. I didn't watch the new one yet. I love the Dungeons & Dragons game. I actually own the original Dungeons & Dragons movie. I'm almost ashamed to say. And it's another one of those movies, although not anywhere near, let me be clear, not anywhere near Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. But I definitely count the original D&D movie under like the category of like really bad movies that I still somehow enjoy for some reason. Fucking Jeremy Irons was such a an amazing, cheesy, stupid villain. They're after, it's Ridley, and snails, and they're after the Rod of Sevril, the red artificial, because Princess, what's her name? Queen Melfina or something has like a gold dragon staff that can control dragons, and they hate her because she has this incredible, it's essentially like a WMD, that she has this staff that lets her control dragons, and they want her to hand it over because it's too much power for a young girl to have. And so the evil wizard, whatever the fuck his name is, creates the Rod of Sevril, which is an artificial staff. It's not an actual artifact like the Queen's, and it allows him to control red dragons, and once he gets his Rod of Sevril to work, he'll rule the world with the power of red dragons. And they go off on this incredible, stupid journey to try and... Or no, the villain has been trying to make his own dragon-controlling staff. And so they're after, the Rod of Sevril is apparently an artifact that can do the same thing, and he's like, fuck it, I can't make my own, I'm gonna go find this one. And then it's this silly, slapstick, stupid movie. And then in the middle of the movie, not to spoil it too much, it has the most brutal death of a main character I've seen in quite some time. I've probably seen a lot better since then. But it was like, it's the most tone deaf, out of place, like butchery of a main character. Like it's like they had their Oscar moment where they really desperately wanted the movie to be taken seriously. So it's just this fun, stupid movie. And then they're like, but what if we killed off your favorite? In just like the most insanely brutal way. Are we a real movie now? Such a weird movie. And I own it for some reason. You're like in the middle of laughing and having a great time, and there's jokes, and even when the villain comes out, like there's jokes and slapstick, and they're having a great time. Even though it's scary, it's like funny scary. And then they grab the comic relief character, stab him through the back, and hurl him off the side of a building, and you see him go careening off the side of a building. And it's like, wait, what movie am I watching? This is not the movie I started. What the fuck is going on?
Hydra have but one head, Devrim.
Yes, Vex Hydra do.
Yeah, it's literally like if you took Jar Jar Binks and then you gave him like this insane, horrifying, gruesome murder in the middle of the movie. There would certainly be someone that would be like, yes, I didn't like that character anyway. But I feel like most people would be horrified because it was so out of... It didn't match the tone of any part of the rest of the movie. Even the final fight of the movie was like swashbuckling and had comic relief. Got a free ticket to skydiving. Sorry, you got me on a tangent. What were we talking about? I need to watch the new Dune. Not a fan of the new one? I want to watch the new one. It looked interesting. I don't know a lot about Dune. I know that they live on a sand planet where they've got like a spice that they mine that like is used for like intergalactic telemetry and like hyperspace and fuel, but it's also like a drug. And that's about all I know about the movie. Oh, and that there are giant worms. Darth Jar Jar meets Darth Kermit. All right, Miss Fortune. Enjoy the rest of your day. Don't worry about it. Have I won? watched? I don't think I've watched Tales of the Jedi. Let me Google that quick.
That Bracus Zahn
What is Tales of the Jedi?
Shadow Legion.
TV series. What? What? 2022. What? How do I not know what this is? Tales of the Jedi. Is this its own series, or is this like a compilation of different movies and shows?
But I miscalculated the strength of this operation.
Dia, welcome, welcome. You're about to go to sleep. Just wanted to stop by and wish me a wonderful night. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you have a great time too. I appreciate you stopping by.
Free.
It's its own series. How have I never heard of this? And it looks like it's in the same style as, it looks like it's at least in a similar style as like the Clone Wars Rebels stuff, right? Clone Wars animation?
It seems this new Zahn has done some redecorating. Although I don't think I can call this an upgrade. And
You're good, Misfortune. Have a good night. I will see you soon. I'm probably going to be done streaming by the time you free up again, Misfortune. So I will potentially see you on Friday. It is genuinely fine. Just we will move on. Thank you, Sheffy. Yeah, and I know I've said this before, but just to be clear, tomorrow I'm probably not streaming. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? So because I have a session that is like all afternoon, I'm probably not going to be streaming tomorrow, but I will be back on Friday, most likely. Tomorrow I'm literally going to be out from like 1 until like 7. So I'm already going to be getting late and have a lot of writing to catch up on. But it's good. It just means that at some point in the future, I will be able to tell you about something new that I'm working on that you can go check out. So it's all worth it in the long run. Tales of the Jedi before anything else, but I remembered it's also half Ahsoka episodes. Ahsoka starts in Clone Wars, but then picks up in Rebels, right?
Names hold power. It is not unlikely this new Zahn is a successor who has taken up the mantle.
regardless, he must be stopped.
Oh, you are doing fine over there. He also has Qui-Gon as a Padawan. Wait, what? Serious? Tales of the Jedi has Qui-Gon as a Padawan? Who... Qui-Gon trained under Yoda, right? Or did Qui-Gon have someone else as a master? No! Dooku trained under Yoda. Who did Qui-Gon train under? Qui-Gon trained under Dooku? Okay, so it's Yoda, Dooku, Qui-Gon. I think Dooku was under Yoda. Maybe I'm just full of shit. I feel like someone was under Yoda. I love Count Dooku. That's actually been the biggest draw to the series for me, is I thought that Christopher Lee's Count Dooku did not get nearly enough screen time. I found him so fascinating. I loved that he was like a swordsman first and a force user second. I loved, even though they had him use force lightning and he shouldn't have. Are you fucking kidding me? I love that Christopher Lee incorporated a fencing salute. Like, I love that he had a unique hilt. I love that he incorporated a fencing salute into his ready stance with a lightsaber. Like, he was just the most compelling character, and he lived on in my headcanon as even cooler, because he struck me, like, between the... Honestly, I drew so much lore from the fencing salute that he was just this, like, amazing master swordsman. And I think I've seen clips where he lives up to that in the series. One of the biggest things I would have changed about the prequels was to have a more defined line between, like, Jedi warriors and, like, sorcerers and people who dabble with both. Because I loved the idea of, like, I never thought Yoda should have had a lightsaber. I never thought the Emperor should have had a lightsaber. And I loved the idea of, like, what if Count Dooku didn't use things like force push or force lightning? Or maybe he did force push or pull, but, like, he didn't throw things. He didn't use force lightning. And he was just, like, an incredible swordsman who was insanely agile. And then you could have, like, Count Dooku versus Yoda, who never uses a lightsaber. And see how the dynamics change when you've got, like, a warrior versus a sorcerer. And then you could, have Obi-Wan versus Anakin as two people who primarily use lightsabers, while you're seeing Palpatine versus Yoda, two people who don't use lightsabers. And you just have so many amazing examples of, like, different ways to use the Force for combat. And instead, they kind of insisted on having everyone do everything. And that bums me out a little bit. Thank you for the bits, Binder. As well as, both times, actually. Thank you for the bits, Binder, and thank you for the bits, Binder. I think I'm not the only one that said that. I was watching, like, there's some other channel that did, like, a rewriting of the prequels. And I remember they had this plot point they liked where they were like, what if Anakin, rather than being amazing at everything, is, like, amazingly force sensitive but struggles to learn to use a lightsaber, which is the same argument I made for Rey, by the way. And in their headcanon version, Obi-Wan's like, well, a lightsaber doesn't make the Jedi. Like, look at Master Yoda. He's one of the most powerful Jedi there is, and he never uses a lightsaber. And then the guy in the YouTube video is like, and he won't. I desperately wanted to see Rey use a saber staff. Either a double-edged lightsaber or, like, one of the ones from the Old Republic. You know how they introduced those saber staves that are like glaives? Something like that, maybe? Because I know that a lot of people were frustrated with how Rey was amazing at everything, like, the first time. And a really easy way to change that up would just be to make her an amazing Force prodigy who sucks at a lightsaber. And then she could be practicing, and she could be able to, like, force Jedi mind trick stormtroopers, and she could have amazing force push powers and be able to levitate off the ground and then pick up a lightsaber and be an absolute fucking buffoon with it. And then because she's so, I say this with love, even though it's a bit of a derogatory thing to say, they made her so quirky that it would be perfectly within character in, like, the third movie. She still can't fucking get the lightsaber. She has to go save the day, maybe even in the second movie. And so finally she says, fuck it, and she essentially duct tapes. It wouldn't actually be duct tape. Maybe it would be solder. She basically does the equivalent of, like, duct taping her lightsaber to the end of her staff. And suddenly she knows how to use it again. Because we've seen her use a staff, and she's amazing with a staff. But that doesn't mean she's going to be amazing with a sword. And so maybe she has that realization. And she thinks, okay, I can't fucking get the sword. Fuck the sword. I'm going to tape it to the end of my staff. And she uses it in this hacked together disaster science experiment of like lightsaber taped to her own staff. And she's amazing with it because suddenly she knows how to fight again. And then you could have the final scene at the end of Rise of Skywalker where we finally see her unveil like the proper made it myself official lightsaber design, and it's still a saber staff, but now she's made her own, and that's like the big post-credits scene at the end of the third movie. And she could be the first official, live action. I wouldn't even go double-edged lightsaber. I would do saber staff. I would make it a glaive, or something like that. It could be double-edged, but like, make her the first official, like on-screen, like live action, light side of the Force saber staff user or something. Yeah. And what pains me so much when I think about that is like, she was such a weird kind of like creative, ingenuitive, sort of quirky character to begin with that, at least as far as I'm concerned, it would have been literally like completely in character for her to try like soldering the lightsaber to her staff and making it work. And someone, be it Han Solo or Luke Skywalker, would be like, they'd have the moment, the fucking like Marvel movie humor moment where they're like, you did not just solder your lightsaber to that ratty ass staff. And she'd be like, watch me. And then she'd be great at it. And then you'd have the cut back to them and they'd have that moment where they're like, shows what I know, or I guess the kid knows what they're doing. And it would still be in character for her. It would still be in character for the humor of the movie. And it would have been great. That's it. That's my soapbox. And no, my soapbox is not done. I already said this a little bit, but just to summarize, it would have also appeased a little bit of the people that were cranky at how good she was, because you'd have her be really good at something and really garbage at something else. And that leaves a lot of room for character growth, and even just progression growth by having her struggle with something. You can even have someone make a joke about it where like Luke could be like, well, you're an amazing Force user. Like, what do you mean you can't use a lightsaber? And she's like, I can't use a lightsaber. I hate the lightsaber. I don't want to use the lightsaber. And Luke being, someone who did master the lightsaber and who was told that it was an ancient weapon from a more civilized time by Obi-Wan, would probably be stubborn about it and be like, you have to use a lightsaber. All Jedis use a lightsaber. Even Master Yoda. Now I'm undoing what I said before. Even Master Yoda used a lightsaber. You got to use a lightsaber. And in the end, she proves him wrong. She doesn't, that she can use a different type of lightsaber and be fine. Yeah, well, Darth Maul used a lightsaber. Yeah, well, Darth Maul got cut in half. We don't do that anymore. And she's like, well, watch me. Hey, Shion. Welcome, welcome. Hello to the smallest hamster, Shion Lee. Welcome to my stream. How are you? I don't actually know if Luke knew that Yoda used a lightsaber. He might not have known that. That's a valid point. I'm sure we can find a middle ground. I'll have my people call your people. We'll hash out the details. Yo, you're sleepy. Shion, have you been up since I went to bed? Okay, Shion, I'm not gonna tell you. I think I know what that answer is. I went to bed. I tuned out right around the time that I tuned into Shion's stream last night, and she was doing a stream in Japanese. And I don't speak Japanese, but I've heard enough Japanese. I work in anime to know that when I turned out, I'm pretty sure that you were speaking in a made-up language when I tuned out. Like, I tuned out right around the time that I heard Shion on stream going, blah, 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 blah. I'm not even making this up. I just heard her going, blah, 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 blah. And then she started speaking Japanese again, and I'm like, I think that's a good note to go out on. She was just going, blah, 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 blah. And it was cute as hell. So, I don't begrudge you for it. My point in saying I work in anime is like I know enough, I hear enough Japanese in my day-to-day that I knew this was definitely not Japanese, and in fact, I don't think it was any language. I think she was just doing lip trills. I need to tune into your streams more often. That's the language for hamsters. Wow. Can we bring back Chewie being crushed by a moon? I read that somewhere. Did that happen in one of the books? What happened? Did Chewie stay behind as like a meteor hit something or something? How did that happen? Do I have a droid that you personally would want to have? Oh man. Oh man, oh man. I used to love IG-88. I thought IG-88 was super cool. I thought the droidecas, the droid destroyers were super cool. The IG unit from Mandalorian, I have to go back and watch that episode. I do not remember what its personality was. But I remember thinking IG-88 was so cool in the original movies. Which one is BD? Is that the is that the ball? No, wait, what's the ball? Which one is the ball? From the newer movies. That is such a cool droid design. Oh, BD's Fallen Order. Isn't that the one that kind of looks like Wally? BB, I got it.
Overcharged solar cell when you need one.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Hydrate check. I will hydrate. I'm sitting up straight. I promise. Hey, Jelly. Hey, Robert. HK-47 was fun. HK-47, who was like, I will eliminate all meat bags or something. Jelly. Exclamation, meat bag. That is not the proper way to die. Or something like that. Actually, now I'd probably be tempted to say the Dark Troopers. Because the Dark Troopers were sort of an homage to the original Dark Forces. And in Dark Forces, they were half and half. They were developed to be... I guess I could say Dark Troopers no matter what. I don't know if I would personally want to have a Dark Trooper because it would probably murder me. But the original Dark Troopers were in Dark Forces, and they started out as they had 3 phases. There was a prototype phase that like skated around and had blades. Then they had the proper Dark Trooper that used this amazing cannon. This like big shoulder bracing cannon that was like one of the coolest guns in, like easily the coolest gun in the game. And then, let's not wipe. There I go. Didn't expect my team to wipe, and I was out of invisibility. That's great. Probably because I wasn't paying attention is really the answer. Mispronouncing homage. Homage. It's a homage. A homage. Yeah, there were 3. Yeah, well, if the nope, now I'm the bad one. There were 3 forms. Second one was the proper one, and then the designer, whose name I forget, made himself. He used the exoskeleton of the Dark Trooper unit to make his own custom battle suit. So he had a suit at the end, at the very end, like the final boss of Dark Forces. Wait. Phase 2. So phase 3. Phase 3 was the arm gun. Wait, what the fuck is phase 1 then? I thought there were 3 phases to it. What the fuck is the phase 1? Uh-oh, I gotta look this up. Why did I think that the skating one was the one that had the sword and shield? I will look it up after I'm out of this, so I can remind myself. Yeah, and then the final one was the designer made himself like a custom combat suit, and it basically was like he just became a space marine. Like massive fucking space marine armor. And then in Mandalorian, they just used stabs, right? Like, weren't they just melee units? They were like indestructible melee combatants or something. I'm trying to remember if they shot anything. I don't remember them shooting anything.
Another way to destroy it.
Ah! Oh, I'm right. Yeah, so that was not an official unit. That was the custom suit that the main guy made himself. So it wasn't officially like a released Dark Trooper version, but it was like his own like hot rod version that he could actually get into. Because I think the other ones were all droids, but that one he was actually inside of at the end, right? And I think that one also can do a missile barrage. The Arc Hammer, I think, was the name of the ship that designed them. Yeah, good shit. I love that lore. I was very happy to see them return, even if they were different.
Well fought, Guardian. We've cut another head off the proverbial Hydra.
Oh, did they? You started to see them more often in 2. I must have forgotten that.
Hydra do. There's an old Earth mythological creature that... never mind.
You would do well to leave
Let's
your hindsight
see what we got to.
understand our enemies.
I'll do that.
We're in Fabled. We're making good progress. This is going towards Reset 3. And I only have one after this. This week has been amazing for leveling up, honestly. I'm going to take a quick pit stop at the tower. And then I'll probably do 1 or 2 more. And then I am going to have to call it and get some work done. I'm going to run an ad, though, and hit the restrooms. I'll be right back. No! I was gonna go pee! Hello, Raiders. Raiders, what's up? Stay here. I have to run and use the restroom. I'll be right back. Don't let me leave. I want to leave. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Probably in like 20 minutes.
Scheduling tasks.
Yo, I'm back. Why is my shit still on? Hang on.
We are safe, yes? Yes.
I'm gonna scream. Did my mic just turn off again? Oh my God. All right. I said, apparently my mic was on. Sorry if you heard the sync. And then I went through and I said hi to every single one of you. Let's do it again real quick. Hi, Naya. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh. Cinder, Cocoa Puff, Lina Dinah, Spider Miner, Susie Tails, Funty Me Freddy, Motors, Hoxie, Thank you so much for rating me. I said all of that with my microphone off like an idiot. I've just been running some strikes to try to build rep up. So we've been having some fun in Destiny. At risk of burning myself out on this game, I'm trying to take full advantage of the fact that we get double rep this week to get a couple of resets in on. My love, that is Naya's stream. I did not mean to open your stream 3 times and play your music. I know what I'm doing.
Back from the hunt, I see.
Can you tell I've been doing this as long as I have? I started in November. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Have you been here before, Naya? Or is this a first? Because I'm not super familiar with your name, but hello. I appreciate you stopping by. If you are here for the first time and don't know who the hell I am, I'm Melly Grant. I'm a voice actor. I voice Catalyst in Apex Legends. And I play a lot of mostly Destiny and Apex. But I also play some single player games once in a while. Oh, are you? Nice. Ah, yay. That's awesome. Morgan is very good people. I love Morgan. My goal as I yawn, and I'm sorry if that makes all of you yawn, I've wanted a Royal Entry rocket launcher, and I have a pretty good one, but I've wanted a perfect one forever. And now that you can finally focus the Royal Entry at Zavala, I'm trying to get 4 resets. Because if I get 4 resets, I have the highest odds of getting multiple perks, which give me the highest odds of getting the role that I want. So, at risk of completely burning myself out on Destiny, I am playing Destiny all week to try and knock that out. I will say this, though. I am actually very close to calling it, so I may send you off into the ether before long. But I'm going to do 1 or 2 more, and then I will let you go. But I appreciate you stopping by and saying hey. Haven't figured out high stat rolls on items. I think I would lose it myself. I'm a huge fan of using D2 Armor Picker. And man, we do have one place we can go now for high stat rolls, don't we? Those, back when we were getting regular Umbral Ingrams, it was so easy to roll high stat gear up in the helm. I haven't tried again since the new season. I don't know if it's as easy as it used to be. I hope it is. I've gotten into this habit of saving like every piece of high stat armor that I ever get. And now my bank screams and cries constantly. Have a wonderful night. I hope I get to see you again. I really, really appreciate it. Actually, I clicked on you by accident, but let me give you a follow back. It's good to see ya. To many more. Maybe we can get in there and do some strikes someday.
Catch you later.
All right. Let's take a quick look at Dim and see what my light level is at. I'm 1811. Yo, I can actually get up to 1811. What can I do to do that? I don't need this shit. Is it just a matter of min-maxing, like, this crap? $1,500 to... I bet that's all it is. No? What am I missing? Oh, the 1801 from the Ecliptic. Oh, well.
Do you want to talk to me?
Oh, well. I'll get it eventually. Actually, I might be able to get it right now.
Guardian. Hello.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll grab those at the end of the week to balance out. All right, let's do 1 or 2 more of these.
How much is that?
What am I at right now? Fabled 1. So we'll get to Fabled 2 at the very least. Is that an unclaimed exotic engram? Wait, where? Oh, yeah. I leave those a lot. I usually use those to balance out my gear later. I have a couple of them, I think. I have 2. I leave a lot of the modules as well. I come back and I get them usually in like future seasons if I need to balance my stuff out. Let's actually take a look. How many stupid amounts of things haven't I claimed? I think I've claimed most of the gear. Because you can look through previous rewards on the Bungie website. I want to say I've got probably something like 12 exotic engrams that I haven't claimed.
Intel that Brachus Zahn is supplying weapons to the Shadow Legion.
Someday I will get them. Problem is, all the new exotics they put in, you can't get by random happenstance anymore. You have to farm them in the lost sectors. So, I don't know. It's a little underwhelming for me. If I felt like there was a chance of getting something new that I really wanted, I would probably be keener to open them up.
My scions have already attempted their onslaught of Zahn's base, but I miscalculated the
Hey, Stuffed Fartclaw. I am. Is that weird? Or is that cool? Or are you indifferent? What does it mean?
Let's get them free.
I am, in fact, the grim trans witch your parents warned you about. I am a trans woman, not a trans guy. Although I do voice, I voice boys in anime sometimes when they let me. But nope. I had somebody because when I announced Catalyst, so I mentioned this once before, but I have, I use the term actor, not as a gendered term, but kind of the same way we just call all doctors doctors. So I've always had my profile has always said actor, and I remember when I announced Catalyst, someone was like, wait, but your profile says actor and not actress. Are you a guy or a girl? And I'm like, I'm a girl. I use the word actor. It's not, is that weird? I don't know. It's not weird to me. I just don't like to gender the word. A lot of websites do, like IMDb calls me an actress. Anime News Network calls me an actress. I've had a lot of websites call me actress, and I don't mind. Like, it's not something I take personally. It's just not something I use myself. I hope it's not too weird to ask. How does your voice sound so good? That's a good answer from Naston. I think I probably have a little bit of an advantage as a voice actor and someone who spends a lot of time listening to my voice already, that in doing vocal work, I can kind of just treat it like a character. But if we're talking about like trans voice stuff, there are a lot of resources out there on YouTube. I forget the name of the channel, but there's a whole channel dedicated to like teaching yourself like different pitches and resonances and stuff like that. I was just like a dumb actor about it, and I just treated it like character work. Every time I was at home, I was in the booth, I was practicing, playing things back to myself, treating it like I was, studying some new role. I didn't even see it. Not that I need negativity in my life, but Sheffy, do you mind just messaging me what it was? For my own sick curiosity. Because I was, whenever someone comes in like that, I try to assume positive intent. And so I always treat people with the same respect I would treat anybody, and assume that it's positive and that it's an innocent question, because sometimes people just like to learn. But I definitely, in the back of my head, was like, is this about to be problems or is it not? Oh, was it? Okay, it was the, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? That's so random. Yeah. I notice sometimes that, and I'm sure, you can choose to find offense, you can choose to take anything however you want, but I feel like I always tend to just come at people like, I just assume positive intent and like treat people with respect. And I feel like I shut down a lot of trolls when it comes to trans stuff sometimes, just because I hit them so straight with it that like they don't know what to say next, which is probably why they pivoted. It's very possible that person was waiting for an opportunity to be like, so you're a dude. And instead they were like, I don't know, they were just respectful to me. I don't know what to say anymore. I guess I'll switch to a different type of trolling. I don't know where they get that either. Like, I know that there's like this right-wing concept that queer people tend to all be like really, really like sensitive, quick to anger, and I'm definitely not that stereotype. I cannot tell you the number of YouTube, I know you shouldn't be in the comment section. I can't not tell you the number of like YouTube comment sections that have been talking about like queer issues and politics that I'll come into, and I'll just come with like civility and respect and like regular ass conversation, and the conversation just ends. I don't bring them around. They don't agree with me. I don't solve anything. But clearly they were looking for a fight, and when I didn't bring a fight, they just peace. And like I kill the thread. Which is not as satisfying as if I were to actually change some minds. But like I'm like, all right, at least I didn't give you any fuel, so like you got bored, I guess. Yes, in fact, it is easier to trigger me by telling me you don't like pasta than it is by being transphobic. That's my party line if I ever run for office. I may be trans, but I'm an Italian first. Thank you for the follow. Sheffy's taking care of it. Don't worry about it. Thank you, though. Yo, Cabal Cheeks, what's up? Cabal Cheeks. There is something raunchy about that. Cabal Cheeks. By the way, Sheffy has been doing this for fucking years, and has been so kind to be like a really fucking active mod today. And that's super, 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 super amazing. So y'all should go follow her. Maybe, please and thank you. She's also been super, super helpful in answering questions and helping me learn the ropes and find my place as I navigate this weird VTube landscape. Yes, that is one of the ones I've seen. That's Trans Voice Lessons. That's the one where they go really, like way more than I ever did, but they go really deep into like resonance and pitch and like the science behind vocal cords and shit, right? I find it weird. maybe I'm just doing it wrong. I know that sometimes if something gets blocked, I can click it and it will show me. Is there something that I can do on my end if something gets like banned and muted to just like unhide it for my own curiosity? Or does it, because from my end, it looks like it just takes it away and I can't see it anymore. And then my curiosity drives me crazy. And half the time I regret it later. I'm like, no, I didn't need to read that. But I get so curious when something disappears before I get a chance to see it. I'm like, ooh, but what was it? How awful was it? I feel like I create a lot of thanks I hate it moments for myself. Zuffins will be like, you don't want to see it. And I'm like, I want to see it, Zuffin, show me. And Zuffin's like, you really don't need this. And I'm like, no, show me. And he's like, all right, here it is. And I'm like, I regret it. And he's like, that's what I was saying. I'm like fucking Ozymandias in Watchmen. I'm like, I need to see everything. I need to feel everything so I understand the gravity. Curiosity killed the cat. Good one. Nope, don't do it. Ugh, yuck. Oh, that's fucking gross. Wait, you... Because you're using... Yeah. Because are you using he, they right now? Or are you using he, she, they? Are you using everything? I have a few friends that use, that are like any pronouns. They'll be like he, she, they. And I know that they've had to deal with a lot of like... And I'm sure I've probably been one of them early on who's like had to adapt and be like, wait, but that's everything. But which one do I use? But it's just, you just get used to it. You adjust. Yeah. I'm not saying it's right. I've seen that happen before where there are definitely people who kind of get in that mode of like, wait, but which? And you're like, either. And they're like, but which? And you're like, I said either. Why are you over there? I know one or two people that use it, and it's been a big challenge for me. I think that's definitely one of the more challenging ones. I have a lot of sympathy. I have a lot of empathy for that because far be it for me to tell someone what's meaningful for them, but there's so much overlap with transphobia when it comes to stuff like that. So the one or two people I have in my lives that use that are like, it's still a challenge sometimes, but I do my best. I'm lucky to have a friend who has transitioned themselves so they can give me advice. Nice. You know, I think I've said this before, but my Discord has now become like Not my like official Discord, but my like friends and family Discord now has so many trans and non-binary folks in it. And it wasn't originally, but it's been really cool to see so much more visibility happening. I had like at least two coworkers message me years later saying that like watching me transition helped them find the courage for them to transition, which was wild. That, you know, it's like a desensitized thing where like if you've never had that experience before, it's going to be confusing and there's going to be fears. And I guess when you see it, when you see that visibility, you can see like a third person perspective of like, oh, it's all right. It's not so bad. Like there's proof of concept. And I like that proof of concept can help people find their own courage. I hope that made sense. I sometimes am good with my words and I'm sometimes terrible with them. I think it's less about, well, I mean, I can't speak for other people. I think it's like, it depends on the person, you know, because like we call lots of inanimate objects and toys and robots and stuff like that. We use it for that. But I think the challenge with it when it comes to trans people is there is a lot of overlap with transphobia. So like there's, for someone that might be, the reason it's challenging is because for someone that might be very meaningful, but that same exact word might be very hurtful for somebody else. And so that's definitely a challenge to navigate. More so than many. Oh. Oh no. Ah. Lancelot, don't die. Lancelot, don't die. Lancelot, be careful. Oh, Lancelot, be careful. Lancelot! God damn it. Oh, these should not be wipes. And I know I'm part of the problem. I was one of the people that died. But, like, these should not be wipes. My efficiency goes so down the moment we fucking wipe. Or, how are you? I'm striking here and I'm fucking wiping. Like a dummy. It's arms dealer all week. I've just been running Phil with 1770. I was running 1830 last night with Rail. I'd probably run 1830 if we were to run. Well, it's a good thing I don't have my super up anymore. Oh well. Okay, let's take this a little more seriously. Hello. Thank you. I haven't run any Legend Nightfalls yet, so I'm going to get on that. Yeah, you should. I was running Legends last night. I would run Legends again. I've only been doing afternoon now that I'm writing. So if you had an afternoon you wanted to play, I would hop in and join you. Tomorrow I'm out all day, but Friday I'll probably be back here again because I am intent on getting 4 fucking resets with Zavala. How are we doing? Yeah, we'll do Friday. I'm going to be running strikes all fucking day. So if you want to do all the strikes, join me. Or a hack. Talking to Hack, sorry. Sorry! Join us. Yes, no. Sorry if that was confusing. Hack and I have streamed before. I apologize. Thinking of also sinning in the eyes of our Lord and doing trials. Oh no. I've only ever flawless thanks to being hard carried by one of my clanmates who is insane. I mostly do, when I've collaborated with people, it's mostly been through mutuals. So I've not been opening like free team ups, in my streams. I'm afraid. Although we just, you were there for it. We just did an Apex collab night, or I guess a community games the other night, which was kind of cool and turned out really well. And people seem to have a lot of fun. Let's get the turrets down first. And then I'll worry about finishing this guy.
Well fought, Guardian. We've cut another head of the proverbial Hydra.
Hydra have but one head, Devrim.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how I have quite the community of people I've collaborated with now, and a lot of it has just been like it's mostly been all word of mouth as I've kind of been welcomed into this awesome community. So like, Amma had me on originally for the Apex Legend interview stream, and then Amma introduced me to Evil Toaster, and I want to say that's also how I found Jelly. And I kind of fell down the rabbit hole through Jelly and met Miss Doc and Sheffy. And I was already familiar with Aura's work. Yeah, we are gonna, you know what? That was very, very desensitizing. I feel a lot better now that I've done that first community night. I think I don't have it on the schedule yet, but I could see that being something that I do like once a month or something. Raid inbound. Ren Tempest is raiding with a party of one. Welcome, Ren. Hey, you two. How's it going? Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I could see myself doing that again. I think that could be a lot of fun. Yeah, I did get a couple of messages early on. Really specific. Like, Wraith Crew and Hambino both invited me on for an interview. Canon emailed me, and a lot of it kind of like a lot of those early ones kind of came under the guise of like I just announced Catalyst, and so we were sort of doing like an interview collab, which is kind of cool. I haven't had it happen as much lately. I think initially, like while Catalyst was still shiny, a lot of people were like, well, we can play Apex and talk about Apex, which is a pretty good format. Now what I'm excited about, and I don't know that I have anything on the horizon, but now what I'm kind of excited about going forward from here is as we build this community, I'm hoping at some point in the future I can announce new, cool, really cool things, and we'll start to have like a mixing of the communities. Like if I work on another big game or if I work on another big show, it'll be really cool to start to see people coming in from those worlds as well, and kind of create one big happy family from different IPs.
My scions have already attempted their onslaught of Zahn's base, but I miscalculated the strength of this operation.
The Meliverse.
Yes.
Hee.
Further questions?
Right.
All right. I've gotten this a lot. And I know that it's something you've been particularly passionate about, and it's a very hard question for me to answer without knowing how it directly impacts you. And so I would ask your understanding and that you distance yourself a little bit from my answer, because it's a broad answer, even if in some ways it could be a personal answer. But I'm very new to this, but I do have a background in entertainment, and I, studied stage and screen acting, and this is kind of like in my bones. So even though I'm kind of like a weird, scrappy little introvert, I turn it on, and I am very community focused when I stream. I know some streamers will just feature really, really good gameplay. I'm not worried about the gameplay as much. I like to have fun, but I like to engage with all of you, and I like to make sure that there's conversation flowing, and that there's kinetic energy, and that it feels, fun and interactive as much as possible. So honestly, when I'm streaming with someone, I'm hoping for somebody that can help carry the load. And so oftentimes I'm less concerned about, if they're a bigger streamer or a smaller streamer to me. Although, let's be real, if someone with 400,000 followers asked to collab, I would probably hear them out, because that's a whole world of people that I can introduce myself to and new friends I can make. But I also stream with streamers, who typically get 7 or 8 people watching them. And I think the bigger factor for me is less the numbers and is more are you going to be carrying the weight of the stream with me? Are you going to be playing to the viewers and talking to chat and helping hold the space and creating an interactive environment? Or do you and I have the kind of rapport where we can sort of be joking and bantering and having a really great time and having really great energy together? Something that I'm worried about sometimes is, and this is full disclosure, wearing my heart on my sleeve, because you've all heard me talk about it in the past, about how I get anxiety a lot, is I do worry sometimes that if someone's hopping in not because they want to kind of build our channels together and grow these communities and create a great experience for people, but if they're just there because they want to talk to me, that might be a recipe for awkward energy. Because I'll realize that my focus is on everybody and your focus is just on me. Not you, but that's the fear. And that's, and apparently Sheffy just DM'd me to steal my viewers, so that's great. She snuck into my house, stole a mod tag. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that can create anxiety for me. I hope that makes sense. And that's also why, if I've been talking to someone, even if they're a smaller channel, if I'm yeah, this person's got presence. This person, this person has good energy. They've got a good sense of humor. They've got a good audio setup. They sound their audio chain sounds good, so it's high quality. And they and I get along and we have a good banter. We've created good rapport with each other. I can look at that and be that's going to be fun for everybody else. And that's the most important thing for me, is making sure that it's fun for everybody else. Because the last thing I want to do is have an experience where I kind of feel my chat ends up becoming a third wheel. I always try to include my chat. And there have actually been some streams I've been a part of where I've been streaming with pretty seasoned streamers, but because we've had different energy, I've realized oh man, they're just focused on the game and I'm focused on chat, and there's such an energy mismatch here right now because we have two different priorities. And I'm not the right and they're not wrong, because half the time, since I'm the newbie here, I'll be talking to someone who's been streaming for years. They just, there's just a different vibe to their community.
We'll take all the help we can get.
Yeah, Toaster's an interesting example because Toaster and I, one-on-one, I think we have a really good rapport. I've had mixed success depending on Toasters or like or Hambino in some cases, depending on their third. It kind of depends on how the seesaw falls. Like when I play with Toaster and Jelly, Jelly's also very social, and so then it kind of becomes like a fun group kind of like romp. But I've also played, I remember, I always call back to this one because this was such a learning experience for me, and I love both of them to death. But I remember when I played with Toaster and Alexandria, I had to kind of reset my expectations a little bit because they were both so fixated on the game. I realized I was like the odd one out, like constantly answering chat and being like an awful teammate while they were like 200 yards ahead of me fighting people. And that's definitely, it's not a case of right versus wrong. It's just that like we had kind of completely different expectations for what we were doing that stream. And obviously you've seen me get really into game stuff before in the past. Like when I do GMs, I'm usually spending a lot less time talking to chat. And Apex in general, I'm spending a lot less time talking to chat. But I would say that I try very hard to keep, and you know, I try to stay connected even if it's less so. And it's all been learning experiences for me since I've only been doing this for how long now? Longer than I planned, you know, not planned, but like longer than I expected. November, December. I'm like I started late November, right? So I'm like kind of in my 4th or 5th month at this point. How the fuck? How have I been doing this for 4 or 5 months? December, January, February, March. So like 4 months, 4 months and change. That is wild to me. Where has the time gone? I've become an old, decrepit woman. I've spent all my time on these Twitch streets, and now I'm going to walk into the sea. Next stream, I'm dropping my mic down to 8 kbps. Next stream, I'm dropping my mic. No, Aura, don't. Why? I'm like, hey, Aura, what's up? And Aura's like, I'm like, no, Aura, it was too late. They already got her. That's true. Yeah, because I hate to say this, because at the end of the day, like I wouldn't be doing this if I weren't getting a lot of personal enjoyment and fulfillment out of it. But I kind of apply the same filter to acting, which is like, it's a fun job, but it's still a job. And like playing video games is pretty fucking cool. But at least as someone who, is trying to grow my channel and is aware of the fact that I'm fucking bad at it and never do updates and have a list a mile long of things people have been asking for that I haven't been able to find the time to fucking implement. So I'm already working with like my feet tied together. You know, I am kind of still trying to treat it like it's a career ambition as much as just like a fun side thing to do, because like, I mean, shit, if we get, if like a year from now, we've got twice the people watching, that'll be super fucking cool. I absolutely want to continue to build and grow the community. Merge the fan bases. That's a huge aspiration of mine. If I can, you know, and if a year from now people aren't interested in it anymore and move on, then, you know, I'll move on too. Because I am an actor first, but mostly thanks to all of you. I've come to really love this, and I didn't expect to. I've said that a billion times. You've all heard me say that before, but it's been mostly thanks to the really incredible positive experience that you've all created for me and that the other streamers I've met have created for me that have kept me going. And then obsessing and overthinking everything as I plan a debut and barely know what I'm doing, and I'm going to be spending just a dumb amount of money on
Oh, they haven't
a
told
debut when I still only have half an idea of what my plans are. I'm a little more prepped than that. I feel sometimes like that's about as prepped as I am. I feel like I spent a lot of my life flying by the seat of my pants. I don't have a raid message. I usually tell people to leave doots in the chat, but I don't actually have a raid message. Is that something people do? I guess that's what Naya did before, right? What did you all do? You had, Nope! Let's leave! Hold, please. Don't scroll chat when you're fighting a tormentor. I feel like in a sense when I got the opportunity to play with you, I found that I was a little quiet. I don't want to make you feel self-conscious at all because it was absolutely fine. I feel like you were the most collaborative. I feel like you were the most conversational person I played with the other day, Shadow. I want to say that you basically led the conversation. So if you felt quiet, that's fascinating to me because I thought you were fine. If unexpected, because we'd had a lot of people who were a little quiet, and I put in a little work to get people chatting, and you came in and you were like ready to go, and I'm like, all right, I can take a back seat here a little bit. Although you did use a little bit of that to try and pitch me on playing together more. But I forgive you. I feel like being a streamer is like being a DM. How come? I already like this. I want to hear the rest of your take though. Maybe I'm in a privileged place. Is it doot doot or is it doot? How does that trumpet go? Any long timers? Have we been saying doot or doot doot? Or just doot? I don't remember. I don't hate that. That's very cute. That is actually very fucking cute. Doot doot. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think we can do that for now. Sure. I didn't realize. How do you... Wait a minute. How does that... What do you do with that then? Because doesn't everyone else have to type that manually? So what does having it on Stream Elements do for you? Oh. Oh, cool. I never even thought of that. That's so cool. You got to keep up the mood, and in collab, you don't know quite what kind of player you're getting without prior messages. Yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. I feel like, so I might be in a privileged place to say this because I have another career, because I am also an actor and I write. So I'm kind of in a place right now where I'm daydreaming. I find myself daydreaming about streaming becoming successful enough that I can make it one of my main things, like, so I can set down writing and like just be an actor and a streamer and find that the streamer is like helping support me in a way that allows me to focus on it. But I have other stuff going on, so I'm not like fixated on exclusively doing everything I can to build my channel, which is why I'm not like doing TikTok and YouTube content and other stuff like that, because I've already got enough on my plate. So I don't have the experience of like desperately wanting to collaborate with someone in particular. So like, I guess my advice that may or may not apply to people who like are really eager to stream with me, for instance, or someone else, is like, you know, it could happen someday, but there's a lot of things that you can do to build your channel and continue to stream and grow here without that. Like, I messaged Katie Cat, and Katie Cat messaged back immediately and was like, oh my God, I really love your work. I would love to collaborate with you. And Katie Cat's been super fucking busy, so we haven't talked since. And so I left a couple of messages. I left my availability, and kind of the ball's kind of in her court now. I've messaged Fruit about collaborating again because we've played once and Fruit's raided me a couple of times. I swapped a few messages with Nia Mocha because I would love to collaborate with her. But we all have different schedules and different things going on. So at a certain point, I kind of just have to leave it and be like, you know, I don't assume anything's personal. Like, the ball's in your court. At some point, you know, maybe when they're more free, they'll write me back and they'll say, sure, let's do something. Or they'll be like, I don't know if this is a good fit. But I move on, you know, like I don't hang on any one in particular person too much. So like, even when Naya showed up, I was very quick to be like, yo, I would play with you sometime if you wanted. If it happens, cool. If it doesn't happen, cool. But, you know, I'm not like hinging the future of my channel on like whether or not I get to play with like Fruit specifically. You know what I mean? And I don't think any of that's personal, because every time I talk with any of those people, they're fucking amazing. But people have different lives, different schedules. They're working on different things. I can only stream in the afternoon, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So that already makes it hard for people who like to stream in the evening. Different time zones. That's a good point, Shadowmare. So yeah, a lot of that shit is, there's a lot of hurdles to get over. And on that serious note, I have to go get some work done. I'm sorry, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today as I pop chocolate in my mouth and deliver my closing monologue with a full mouth. Yeah, Toaster's talked about that too, Naston, that sometimes that like Toaster will have to do all the messages because like people won't message them. So they have to drive everything until there's a collab set up. Yeah, I appreciate y'all checking me out today, spending some time with me. If you're here for the first time and you've never been here before, feel free to give me a follow. I really, 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 really appreciate you spending this time with me, and I would love to see you again. Hop in the Discord. The Discord is where I announce most of my streams because I don't always announce it on Twitter. I'll be writing until like midnight or 2 a.m, depending. Probably write till midnight. Who do we want to raid? Joke's on you, Sheppy. I made my raid emote a follower emote so everyone can use my raid tag. Ha 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 ha. Everyone gets to use the raid tag. That was like the first thing I decided. I was like, I want the nice try, the raid, and all the other ones. You need to be a sub to use follower emotes, actually? What? You're kidding. Then what's the point of a tier 1? What's the point of a tier 1 list? Follower emotes only work in the channel. I didn't know that. Oh no. Fuck. That actually makes a whole lot of sense now. I might shuffle my emotes. But you must be a sub. So you can use follower emotes for free in the channel, but not elsewhere. That makes a lot of things make sense right now. Because I saw like a lot of people like Evil Toaster have their raid emote, or not Evil Toaster, but a lot of people have all their raid emotes and stuff as sub emotes. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I want everyone, whether they're a sub or not, to be able to use that, which is why I made all of the signs follower emotes. So I'll probably end up shuffling that around then, so that if you're just a follower, like, you have no reason to use the raid emote. So I'll probably shuffle that around so you have some more useful emotes that you can use in the follower slots then. And I'll shift the I'll keep the nice try in follower, because you can use that anyway if you're not, whether or not you're supporting the channel with a sub. But I'll probably move the raid. I'll at least move the raid one up to sub, and I'll move something else down. I'll think about it. Thanks for letting me know. I had no idea. Fluke. Speaking of Niamoka, everyone copy the raid message. We're gonna go raid Niamoka. Go give her some love and say hi for me. Thank you so much again. I will see all of you soon. Thank you. All right, I love you. I'll see you later.